Hello. Hi, human. You're always here, first one. You're a good one. I like that you have voted for right in the poll. Because I really hope we do find this today. Just for anyone who's watching, who's not sure what we're up to, we are back in the Motostoke Gym, and we're trying to find a shiny Vulpix, Litwick, or Sizzlipede. We're at 2,500 encounters, so we are well into this now, and by the end of tonight, we'll be like virtually finished. I mean, well, I say virtually finished. We might not get it in 4,086 encounters, but I do like to be optimistic. So, let's see. But yeah, how are you doing? How's your day been? I know you've completed the decks for Isle of Armor and Crown Tundra. Very nice. I've always wanted to do complete all of the dexes in Sword and Shield, but I've never really committed to doing it. I did complete the dex in Sword and Shield for the main game, but then I remember I just never went back and did the DLCs, and then that save file is long gone. So unfortunately, if I ever do it again, I've got to start from scratch. But it sounds like a lot of fun. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Yeah, it can be a little bit hit or miss, can't it? When you get someone come into your house to do stuff. I've had some really nice people before. Like really nice. But then sometimes you'll just get people who just are just the worst. Yeah, things like that. Like that. You can't be in that job if you're going to say to people, oh no, you can't have your dog in here, or you can't have your cat inside, or whatever. It's unless there's a reason, unless there's you've got an allergy, or you know what I mean, you've got some sort of real reason to tell people that they can't do that. But I think most of the time in that instance it's just that they just don't like cats or dogs or whatever. We've had so we're selling our house, and we've had someone come around and view it before, and I remember they turned up on a day that they weren't supposed to turn up on, and they were like, oh yeah, we can't have you. We can't view your house while the dog's in. Can you leave it outside? Because we're scared of dogs or whatever. And I was like, why? Oh, that's even weirder. That's really weird. Sorry, that makes I guess that makes even less sense. But yeah, they're your pets. They're not their pets. That's bizarre. Cats are like that. We were talking about that the other day in work, about how so sometimes with cats, if there's lots of them in a certain area that are let out to roam about the streets, you know, at all times a day, they can sort of start interfering with the ecosystem, can't they? Because they can kill other animals, and because really the environment's not set up to have domesticated animals that are outside. It's sort of like an invasive species kind of thing, but not as bad because they're not breeding in the outdoors and stuff. But yeah. So if anything, I would say it's probably, I don't know. It's probably, and cats as well get into like when they go outside, they end up in like all kinds of like fights and scraps and stuff. Even if your cat doesn't fight, you can bet the other ones out there do. So yeah, if anything, they sound like they were wrong all around, because I would think that you would be far better off keeping them indoors, you know, where they're safe. But yeah, see, there you go. I mean, I know some cats are outdoor cats, but yeah, it should definitely not be. You shouldn't have someone come in your home and tell you what to do with your pets. That's not okay. I don't like that. I got myself a Starbucks for this stream. Very tasty. Well, actually, I didn't get it. My wife got it for me, because she is the best. But yeah, hopefully that'll keep me awake today as well. I didn't work from the office today. I worked from home, so I'm feeling a little bit more alert. Whenever I like have to go into the office, that's always it just sets me up for like an evening of total tiredness. You know what I mean? Whereas like if I work from home, totally fine. Finished work about half an hour ago. Feel great. It's awesome working from home. There's a like the main thing I think about offices that causes such a problem is like it's the lights. Like, I don't know if you've ever been in an office or seen them, but it's just unbelievably taxing on your eyes and your brain, because it's just this like really bright light above you all day, and it's like usually like not a very nice colour. You know what I mean? It's kind of like just really strong, and yeah, not a vibe. Hello again. Thanks for joining the stream. Nice to see you. Maybe we should try and get me the Mark Jam before I finish the challenge. That would be cool. We'll have to see. I mean, the only thing with getting the Mark Jam is I feel like it would take quite a while to do. So we'll have to see how quickly the challenge progresses. Surely I get a shiny within the next 10 encounters. Oh, I hope so. I hope so. It'd be a very short stream if I do, but that would be good. I think if I find the shiny very quickly today, then I will probably beat the gym on stream, because we're already here, and I know I said I wanted to keep them separate, but I think if we find the shiny within like half an hour, then there's no point ending the stream. I may as well just carry on and beat the gym. Yeah, it's a lot of offices and things like that are like that. I remember school was like that as well. Just, I don't know what they're called, the type of lights that they are, but yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. Whereas when you work from home, it's just, you know, you're in your own house, you're in your own room, everything's familiar, comfortable, it's nice. Much prefer it. Yes, I suppose in that case it is better not to get one in the next 10. But I would not complain if we found one now. because we just don't know how long this hunt's going to go on for. It could be 4,000 encounters, it could be 5,000 encounters, it could be a lot more than that. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping that we find it today, or at the latest next stream, but we'll see. But yeah, sorry, human. I kind of digressed then. The service person doing that is out of order. It's not good. I think sometimes as well, when things like that happen, you're so shocked about what they're saying or the way that they're behaving that you almost can't react in the way that you normally would. So like for me, if someone said that, I would be quite, I don't know, like after the incident, I would be like, that's out of order. I can't believe you've just said that. And I would be really like annoyed. But in the moment, I probably wouldn't say anything because I'd just be like, what? Why are they saying that? Why are they being like this? I think that's the problem sometimes with certain people. When they behave like that, they don't care about who they offend, and because most people are nice and normal and aren't like that, you kind of, in the moment, you're just taken aback by it, aren't you? This coffee's really nice. I've started getting iced lattes, so not like hot coffee, like cold coffee, and it's so good. It's so nice. Yeah, nice. Well done. Good on you for, you know, like standing your ground, so to speak. Ooh, which of the three would I prefer to get as a shiny? Good question. Good question. So, I am hoping for Vulpix. The community thinks I'm going to get Litwick, because that's where I think the votes at the minute on the community like poll are 38% Litwick, 32% Vulpix, and 30% Sizzlipede. So I want Vulpix. The community thinks I'm going to get Litwick, but I think I'm going to get Sizzlipede. So it's a split at the minute. But yeah, I think Vulpix is just, I'm not really sure why I want Vulpix. Ninetales is a very good shiny, and I think it could be a useful Pokemon. Although Sword and Shield are pretty easy games, so all three of them are going to be useful. They're going to be good. But yeah, I think I don't know. I just think I'm going to get Sizzlipede. Which of the three would you prefer to get? If you were in my position, which one do you think you would prefer? Because I mean, they are all good shinies. They are all good shinies. Vulpix and Ninetales are very cute. Yeah, very cute. And Ninetales has got like a it's got quite a good like lore to it, I think. I remember it from like the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. I'm sure that like Ninetales was this like the boss of one of the dungeons or something. I can't remember it properly now, but I remember it was really cool in those games. You've never played Sword and Shield before? Fair enough, fair enough. They are good games if you ever get the chance to play them. I would certainly recommend them. But yeah, you'd like to see Sizzlipede because you've never really seen it in action. That's fair. I will agree with that, to be fair. I have never really used Centre Scorch or Sizzlipede. Whereas I think I have used Ninetales and Chandelure before. So yeah, it could definitely be a good one. I did have a look at its sort of like its stats and some of its moves as well. It's got some quite good moves because it learns a few moves like a lunge, which I think lowers the like defense or attack. What else is there? There's another move where like it lowers the defense or attack as well, and then it's got like quite a varied move pool as well. So I would be quite happy with Centre Scorch. I think the Centre Scorch actually can learn Scald, which doesn't really favour it because it's got high attack but not high special attack. But the fact that it can even learn it is pretty cool. I really wished that I'd got the TR before I came to the gym. I know that I can leave the gym, but I'm getting to that point where I'm getting a little bit paranoid altogether about this shiny. Litwick 2, even if it numbs on your soul a little, yes. Yes, we've discussed this, haven't we? Litwick has got a bit of a dark backstory, a bit of a dark Pokédex entry. But it's cool. It's a cool Pokemon. It's a cute Pokemon. The story is rubbish, but the game is fun. Yeah. Yeah, that is in a nutshell what it is like, isn't it? I really like a lot of the battles in Sword and Shield as well. The way the Champion Cup, which is basically this game's version of the Elite Four and the Champion, the way all that's like set up and works in the game I think is really good, and it makes things noticeably different from Sun and Moon or like any of the other games where you've got an Elite Four and a Champion. It's still the same sort of thing, but it's more like a tournament format. So you have to beat other people who've beaten the gyms, and then also gym leaders, and then whoever wins all those battles as you go through the tournament then gets to face the champion. So I think that's really cool. So it's a unique format. The Litwick line is cool. Nice, yeah. It is a very cool evolution line, and they've got some really good shinies as well. Some really good shinies, which I think is important in a Pokemon like Litwick. If Chandelure like had some like really strange like awful colours, which shiny wouldn't work, but I think it works really nicely. I think the only reason I don't really want Chandelure is because it's got a little bit of like a weird stat distribution where it's got really high special attack and has it got really high HP, but the rest of its stats aren't very good. I think that's right. Whereas Ninetales is a little bit more balanced, and it's got a good move pool, and Centre Scorch has got like good attack and decent speed and good HP, but then it's also got a really good move pool. So I don't know. All three of them would be great, but I think my order probably would be Vulpix, Sizzlipede, and then Litwick. And I never thought I would say that. I thought Sizzlipede would have been the one that I didn't want to get, but yeah, that's where I'm at. Ah, there you go. It's all special attack and okayish speed. Yeah, there you go. So would you say Black and White are your favourite like set of games out of the ones you've played so far? And actually, have you played all of the generations, or have you only played from like Black and White onwards? Because I mean, either answer is obviously fair. I just wondering. Yeah, you are right. How to summon shiny Litwick 101. Talk about how much you don't want it, and it will appear. I have a feeling that's like more like Small Ant's kind of look, isn't it? Whenever he says something on his streams, it like almost immediately happens straight afterwards. There's so many clips I see of Small Ant where he'll say like, "Oh, we really don't want the crit here because that would be like bad," and then the crit happens immediately. Or he'll say like, "Can you imagine if I found a shiny right now?" and then a shiny appears. It's bonkers. Oh, nice, you played all the generations from Gen 5 onwards except Sword and Shield. That's fair. Yeah, and I do get that because the old games are ridiculously expensive. And I think as well the other problem is, and we talked about this on stream recently, a lot of the other games as well, like now, if you say you buy an old cartridge, you're going to be spending a lot of money on it, but then they don't always work very well. Some of my cartridges definitely are on the way out. So, I don't blame you at all. I think we're all wishing that Game Freak will put older games onto the eShop at some point, but let's be honest, it's probably not going to happen. Do either of you ever wonder how long Pokemon will like go on for? Do you think it like at this point it's just too big to ever become obsolete and not release games and not release an anime? Because it's the biggest franchise in the world, isn't it? I think it might have gotten to the point now where it's just too big to topple. No matter how bad of a run they have, it will ultimately always be a thing. But if it is always a thing, you know, if Pokemon is still around in, I don't know, let's say Pokemon is still around in 30 years' time, which isn't really that... It's not really that much of an ask, given that I think it... Is it already 30 years old, or is it like nearly 30 years old? You know, if Pokemon is still around in 30 years' time, it will have been around for my whole life, and I'll be like 60. And that's nuts to think of, but I don't think that's not unreasonable. I don't think that's impossible. I think that might or probably will happen. Yeah, you agree, you think it's too big to grow obsolete. I agree, I can't wrap my head around that either. And it makes sense because for all of us, I know me and Human are around the sort of the same age, but Raziel, if you played in Gen 5, I'm guessing that you are at least sort of maybe like a teenager upwards. But we're all gonna... Pokemon has been around for our entire lives. So it does feel alien or weird for there to be a world where Pokemon isn't around. Doesn't feel possible. I don't think it will happen. I think Pokemon will always be a thing. But yes, playing competitive Pokemon from the nursing home, not very well. I mean, I can't play competitive Pokemon now, so when we get to nursing home age, I am definitely not going to be able to play it. But I'll play Pokemon of some kind. Probably Pokemon Sleep in the nursing home. That'll be my number one. That'll be my number one Pokemon game by that point. Nice, so there you go. So yeah, your Pokemon has been around your entire life. And I think it's the same for me. I can't remember what year Red and Blue released, but it's still been like even if it released when I was 3, I don't remember being 3. So for all intents and purposes, it's been around my entire life. So Pokemon Sleep shiny hunts when? Can you actually shiny hunt in Pokemon Sleep? I've never really looked at it, to be honest. But the only time you will probably catch me playing Pokemon Sleep will be in the nursing home. It will be. People do shiny hunt and sleep. Wow. That's wild. I mean, I've no idea. I'll be honest with you, I've no idea how Pokemon Sleep works. I just assumed it was like a sleep tracker where people, I don't know, you put in like what your sleep goals are, like what time you go to sleep, what time you're gonna wake up, and then you just kind of like earn tokens and things like that, like as you play. But people actually do it. That's crazy. That is crazy. Really crazy. You actually dream about it. Yeah, I think I've definitely had, I've had so many dreams where I wake up and I'm like, oh wow, that wasn't real. Like I don't know, I'm trying to think of like an example, but I'm pretty sure I've had dreams where like I was like a professional sports player and it felt so real, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, that's not real. I'm not that. But I am a semi-professional shiny hunter, technically, which is even better. Oh, I can imagine. I can really imagine that. You do, don't you? When you really get into something and it's all you're watching, or it's all you're playing, or it's all you're thinking about, you start getting that in your sleep as well. Like I had a period of time recently where I know I've said that me and my wife were watching Westworld, but I was also playing Red Dead Redemption 2. So for weeks, you know, my entire life was just like Wild West stuff because I was like playing Red Dead in my spare time, and then me and my wife were also watching Westworld. And I remember I would just like, there was a point where maybe after like a week and a half, it was just because that's all I've been doing. All I would dream about was Wild West stuff. But like really vividly as well, like way more vividly than my dreams usually are. And I think it's because that's all I was, you know, thinking about or doing. Yeah, just when you close your eyes. I always find that part of dreaming, as long as you didn't greet people with howdy partner. Do you ever remember the thing in Red Dead that was like greet, antagonise? To be fair, I'm surprised that I didn't in my dream, at the very least, because when you're playing as Arthur, if you want to get the high honour, you can do that just by walking around the town, can't you, and just greeting people, just saying like hello to people over and over again, and that boosts your honour. And I spent a lot of time doing that with Arthur. So all the stuff in all that's like burned into my head, where he's just like, he is literally doing that, walking around saying hello to people. I'm not going to do the accent because I can't do it, but yeah, I always find that small area where you sort of just fall into sleep such a bizarre time, because you kind of like, you're in and out, aren't you? You're not really, you are awake, but you're also not. So you're conscious that you're not asleep yet, but you are still kind of dreaming. Always a weird period of time. It's almost like the transition between being awake and being asleep. Do the accent badly enough and it might summon a shiny. You are right. You are right, but then I would have to live with an absolutely god-awful Wild West accent on my channel forever. Are you ready? Let's go for it. Hey, partner. Howdy, partner. Good boy. Good boy. That's like prime Arthur Morgan. It's alright, boy. I was expecting it to pop up then. I was expecting it to appear. Yes, that is really weird, that period of time where you're in and out of sleep. It doesn't I don't know. I feel like when I was younger I just went to sleep. There was no like period of time in between trying to go to sleep and sleeping. I just went to sleep. But now 100% whenever I get to I go to bed and I try to start going to sleep, I am fully aware that I'm not asleep yet, and there's like a little sort of like there's like a 5-minute period where I'm dreaming but I'm awake. It's odd. Sleep is such a weird thing, isn't it? Ah, there you go. You have like sleep hallucinations. Are they okay? Are they like usually good hallucinations? I feel like I have a very weird relationship with sleep. Like 100%. Like my wife will tell me that I'm like this, right? I will have full-on conversations in my sleep, and she will think that I'm speaking to her, but I'm not. I'm just speaking to like the person in my dream, but I'm sat up in bed talking really loudly. And sometimes she'll like say something to me and I think like I'll say something back, but I'm still not talking to her, I'm talking to the person in my dream. So it's mostly jump scares. That's rubbish. That's a shame. Oh, people have started to vote in the poll. How many people have voted? So we've had 10 votes. 80% say right, 10% say no, 10% say left. Oh dear. Left, super no. Yeah, I couldn't resist putting that one in. But hello, Red. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Well, I hope I hope that you're wrong and that we do find it today, because we should hit 3,000 encounters by the end of this stream. So I really want it to shine today. I really do. Oh, that's, yeah, I don't like, I'm not gonna lie, human, that sounds terrifying. I would not like that. Especially not spiders. I'm terrified of spiders. Not a fan of that. 80,000 encounters. I will say right now, if this hunt goes to 80,000 encounters, I'll probably give up. I don't think I will. I don't think I will do it. Not a chance. I mean, we're about to get to 3... So we're going to get to 3,000 today, which has taken me about 20 hours. So let's do the math here. So if I times that by 10, that's 30,000 encounters. And that would be... what? 200 hours? Is that right? That sounds right. So 60,000 would be 400 hours, and I think 80,000 would be like 600 and something? 24,000 at most. No way we can have 24,000 as well. At 80,000 I knew was a joke, but I feel like human, you may be being rational with 24,000, but I don't like that. There's no way. We've got to find it before then. What if you always knew the encounter, the amount of encounters it took to find the shiny? I don't know if I would like that. I feel like that, to me, internally, feels like... It feels like knowing the day that I'm gonna die. Do you know what I mean? Like, I would not want to know. I would not want to know. So... Oh good, you're being entirely unserious. Oh. Because you did panic me a little bit then, because I thought I knew 80,000 was a joke, but 24,000 seems specific, and so it might be a rational guess. Oh yeah, we did, didn't we? We did. Sorry, we did. I'd forgotten about that. Old man brain, unfortunately. The 6,969th encounter. Nice. Yeah, I would agree. I think if you knew how many encounters it was going to take, it would take all the fun out of it, wouldn't it? It would. We were actually talking about this yesterday with people who stream. Not stream. People who make videos where like the odds, they're still doing shinies, but the odds are like 1 in 200. And we're like, well, unless that's like a part of the game, that's a mechanic in the game, I don't see what the point of doing like a shiny only run is if every shiny that you hunt is 1 in 200. You know, if some of them are like that, like I might do Masuda method in this and that's like 1 in 600. I'm going to be doing Dynamax Adventures, which is 1 in 300. Brilliant Aura is like 1 in 500 and something. But then a lot of my hunts are going to be full odds. And I'm not looking down on people for getting, you know, every hunt being like low odds. But what I'm saying is because I did that in Let's Go Pikachu, the catch combo is 1 in 340 or something like that. But I think if you're going to change the actual odds. So like, as an example, say you played Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, or you played Sword and Shield, and you changed like the code of it to be 1 in 200, for every encounter, I don't think it would be as fun. I just think it would, like what you said, it would just take the fun out of it. Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of legitimate ones, and sometimes it is difficult because, like, sure, I'm streaming now, but before I started streaming, all of my recording was done offline. So you wouldn't know whether I'd faked it or not. You wouldn't know whether I was cheating, really. I never do because I don't see the point in it. That wouldn't be fun. But you technically you wouldn't know because none of it was done on stream, and all of it was like, you know, I would just take clips and like post them. I would like edit them all like together to be like a long form video. But there are definitely ones out there where people fake it or they like clickbait the title, and then you watch the video and you're like, this isn't really a shiny only run because the odds have been changed. So I never do any of that. I just I will tell you if I am doing a hunt that is not full odds, usually. So like in BDSP and in Legends Arceus and things like that, I would say like, listen, this is a mass outbreak, here's the odds that I found it at. Or like I'm gonna do, I don't know, I'm gonna do the, what else would I do? Like a Masuda method or something. Like I would like make it clear that it was not the full odds. People literally check the summary during the runs and it showed the encounters and it was 1 to 5 encounters every time. Well, I agree with that, but it depends on what game that's in, because interestingly enough, and there's been proof because I've done all this on stream, right? But I'll show you this. I think will it be the regular? We just go and look for Pokemon that I've encountered in this gym. So oh, Litwick, there we go. Right, so if I click on Litwick, it will say that I've battled 0 Litwick. But you've all saw me running into Litwick over and over again. So it depends on what it is. There may be some games where the summary says that it's not. Like if somebody saw a clip of this, they would say, "Ah, he's cheating because he didn't battle any Litwick." But you've all seen that I've done it. So it's I forgot what I was up to. There you go. But yeah, I definitely agree that some people do, and it is sad because it makes it. Oh, it was in the old games. Oh, right, okay. Well then, there you go. Because I don't think they had mechanics like that, did they? So, were like, yeah. So yeah, that's fair. It's tough because it does make it frustrating sometimes. Like particularly like for me, because I will sometimes get comments from people being like, you know, this run is fake, it doesn't count, it's not real or whatever, and I'm like, dude. The funny thing with me is that despite having a channel, and despite having like a rudimentary grasp on video editing and things like that, I am rubbish with technology. Genuinely, I wouldn't know how to cheat. I wouldn't know how to do it. Genuinely, like if I decided like, oh, do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just fake my runs. I'm gonna put videos out that are fake. I wouldn't know where to start because I've just literally got like, the way I record is I've got an Elgato, which is like the capture card that a lot of people will use for like PlayStation and Xbox, but because the Switch is like a home console, I can connect it to like the port thing that it charges on. And that's why I can't do non-Switch Pokemon games on the channel, because I don't have a DS capture card. But yeah, like genuinely, like if I tried to like lower the odds or something, I wouldn't know where to start at all. But oh well. I suppose people like that only ever ruin it for themselves, because people do find out, don't they? It's like you said, people check the summary and it's like, and the evidence is there. There's always something, there's always a way that people can find out whether you've cheated or not. I think even as simple as like, if you, so like on my channel, and other people as well, there's definitely other people that are like this, but there's like at least a little bit of time between videos coming out. But if somebody's releasing a shiny only video like every week, I can tell you now, editing alone takes a while, and script writing and things like that. Never mind the encounters. So if someone's doing a shiny only video every week, I think people start to realise, don't they? They start to guess that maybe it's not legit. True. Scarlet and Violet may be the exception to that. I agree. Yeah. You probably could get a lot of shinies every week in that. That's the one that, yeah, I agree. That's the one that if people are doing a video a week on that, or a video every couple of weeks on Scarlet and Violet, then that's probably legit. But I think BDSP, Scarlet Violet, BDSP, Sword and Shield, full odds in Arceus or full odds in Let's Go, or any of the previous games, you know, the older games like Sun Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Black and White, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, all those. Yeah. Those are going to take you a long time to get through. It's bizarre, isn't it, how much more accessible shinies have become as well over the years. You know, think like for me when I was growing up, shinies were 1 in 8,192, and they were so rare. I never saw them ever. I played a lot of Pokemon throughout my childhood. I played hours and hours and hours. I played multiple, you know, like playthroughs and challenges and things like that, including ones where, like, say you were playing Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Well, when you get to Silver, not Silver, when you get to Mount Silver for Red, you have to grind up quite a lot. So you have to do a lot of, like, I don't know, like a lot of grinding against random wild Pokemon, and I never ever found a shiny in my entire childhood. So they were really, really rare. And then, you know, now you've got Scarlet Violet. It's just polar opposite, isn't it? It's so different. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's just preference. I think you either enjoy Scarlet and Violet style, or you enjoy the really, really rare ones, or you enjoy something in between, you know. And there's nothing stopping you from like even Legends Arceus is obviously quite easy to find shinies in, but you can restrict yourself. If you do full odds, then that's not gonna be really easy to find shinies. That's just gonna be not as difficult as the old style games. Wow. 600 hours and you've only seen 5 shinies. There you go. There you go. I mean, there is a slight argument of, like, when I was a kid, a lot of my save files were just like, you know, I would just absolutely rush to the end of the game. You know what I mean? Like, I would be, like, really trying to beat every gym and going through the game as quickly as possible because I just was, like, having so much fun. But I just had so many playthroughs that I just can't believe that I didn't find one. But that's nuts. 50th save file, 600 hours, and you've only seen 5 shinies. I suppose there's your proof, you know what I mean? Oh, brill. That's awesome. That's really cool. So you must really like Black too. Really like it. I mean, it is a good game. It's a great game. Right, so it's like a, yeah. Isn't it, have you got like different copies? Or is these the same, is this the same like cartridge that you've like sort of overwritten the data on over and over again? That's something that I would have loved to have seen in Pokemon over the years, just like different save files. It's a bit surprising that we've never gotten that. Nice. They are very good. They're very good games. Very good games. Yes, Deeper. Some very wise words. Wow, all in a single cartridge. That's some dedication, can I just say. Some real dedication. But I mean, it sounds like you've got a lot of, you know, you've got a lot of use out of it, and it's not like you've like lost too much because you've presumably, I'm assuming you've got like Pokemon Bank, so you can always like transfer the Pokemon you've caught and things like that. And I don't blame you because the cartridges are expensive. Well, we're 400 encounters past what it took to get Slowpoke. So, yeah, we're heading into real uncharted territory here. Hasn't taken us this long for any Pokemon in this challenge so far. Oh, I wish I hadn't sold a lot of mine. I had so many back in the day. But a lot of the, like when I was a kid, 100%, like I remember my mum and dad could obviously only get me so much. And I would, a lot of the time, I would sell a game that I liked, but maybe I'd already played a few times to get another game. You know, like let's say I'd played Oras and I'd completed it and I'd done the post game and I was kind of like, okay, I'm done. I'm gonna move on to like a different game now. I want to play Soul Silver again. rather than keep Oras and just save up for Soul Silver, I would just sell Soul Silver and then like save up a little bit and then buy it back. So yes, many hours past Slowpoke. I don't know how long Slowpoke took now when I think about it, but it can't have been very long because I think we had 5 or 6 hours on stream one night. And then we had like another hour and a half-ish, and that's when we got it. But to be fair, I also probably did another 5 hours or so, because when we ended up on, before we started the Slowpoke streams, I had already done about 1,000 encounters, if you remember. So we're probably about double the amount of time that Slowpoke took in its entirety right now for these 3. Yeah, that's about right for stream. I have to turn this light off for a little bit. It is. There we go, that's a bit better. Doesn't look great on the camera, but my eyes won't hurt with a bright light shining right at me. Maybe later on I'll try and fix the light a little bit. I think I spoke about this the other day, but I've moved the light to being right over the top of the screen, and it is like, even at its lowest brightness, it's just like blinding. Gives you a headache after a little while. Yes, rest in peace my eyes and cranium. Well, that's what the office lights are like as well. It's just directly on you and you're like, God, I hate this. But I'll fix it later on. I'll fix it. You think Sword and Shield is looking the best in terms of 3D Pokemon sprites? To be fair, I don't entirely disagree with that. I do really like the Sword and Shield sprites, for sure. I really do. They're a little bit funny because I remember there being a lot of controversy around Sword and Shield when it first released, and one of the reasons that there was so much controversy was because, so Game Freak said that they couldn't fit all of the Pokemon that existed at the time onto Sword and Shield's game, because they were copying over a lot, not copying, sorry, they were making all new sprites and animations for the Switch, and everyone was like, yeah, that's fair. But then details started to come out that actually they hadn't made new sprites and animations and things. They'd copied over a lot of it from the DS. And if you do like have a little look, there are videos where like you'll see, I know this isn't Pokemon, but it does extend to Pokemon as well. You'll see like Hop will have very similar animations to How from Sun and Moon. And I'm pretty sure the Pokemon are the same. Like the way some of the Pokemon like will like move on the screen will be very similar, if not a direct copy, to what was on the DS. So people were frustrated with that, and then obviously Game Freak announced that DLC was going to add in all of the rest of the Pokemon that they didn't add in the first place, or like most of them. And I think that was the final straw for a lot of people, because a lot of people were like, right, so you didn't withhold the Pokemon from the game because you had to do new animations and things. You withheld them because you wanted to charge money from the DLC for them. But I will agree with you. I will say that I think Sword and Shield look very crisp and very clean, and I think Scarlet and Violet do have good models for the Pokemon. Definitely, they look really good. Like especially when you look at them in like the Pokédex or like in your party, the models are really good. But I think because the rest of Scarlet and Violet doesn't look very good, it does drag down that aspect. Whereas Sword and Shield, I think, for me, I know there are some issues with like trees and things like that, but for the most part, I think Sword and Shield actually look really good, and I think people will come to look back on these games more fondly as time goes on. I certainly have. I mean, I enjoyed them anyway, but yeah, I think people will. But it's a good take. I think it's a good take. I'm trying to think what was my favourite for like sprites and stuff. I seem to remember I didn't like X and Y's particularly, because it was very like they had that. They would have like a little circle around where your Pokemon was, and I didn't think it was particularly brilliant. What other games were there where I did like them? I kind of miss, but also don't miss. It's weird. The old style where like they would pop out of the Pokeball and they would move a little bit and then they would just stay still. So you know, Emerald, Platinum, Diamond and Pearl, all those kinds of like Pokemon games. But I'm going to agree with you. I actually think Sword and Shield might be the best for this. For just this, now, if we just look like where we're looking at the screen, and you've got these like beautiful, like, where the camera pans and shows you different angles of the Pokemon, and they're all moving on the screen at the same time. I think Sword and Shield might be the best for this, to be fair. The famous Sword and Shield tree texture, yeah, that was a big controversy at the time. Just kept seeing pictures of trees over and over. Oh, thanks, Ryan. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. It took a long time to make, so I'm really happy that you liked it. And thanks for joining the stream. We're on to the next video, which is Sword and Shield. But this time we're streaming some of it, so hope you enjoy this as well, or the video when it comes out. Yes, I too enjoy my eyes not bleeding when I play Pokemon games, and you were spot on. Scarlet and Violet has a real habit of making your eyes bleed. I actually genuinely do remember when I did the Scarlet Challenge, and I hadn't had this in Let's Go, Legends Arceus, I didn't get it in BDSP. I remember specifically having like pain in my eyes after finishing an 8-hour session on Scarlet or Violet, because the whole screen is just like constantly like, there's just something off about it. You know what I mean? Like, even if the game's not like outright lagging, it's not crisp. The backgrounds and stuff are just, it's not even like the blurry. They almost look like pixely. No, just not for me. Not for me at all. That's for, yeah, that's for Raziel. Can I just say, I really liked X and Y as games. Brilliant games. I mean more like the battle sort of animations didn't really do it for me. Because I seem to remember, like, instead of it looking natural, like how in Sword and Shield now we've kind of got, we're in the gym and we've got like all our Pokemon are they're just there. They're on the ground. They're not doing anything. Whereas in X and Y it was like you'd have this like nice background of like a forest or something, but then around your Pokemon's feet would be this like circle, and it always kind of like took me out of it because it didn't feel like it was like naturally standing on the background that it's in, if that makes sense. But yeah, I understand that. Yeah, definitely. X and Y was like the entryway to that, wasn't it? And Oras as well. And then it, like, I fully agree. I think later games maybe didn't improve on that enough. So, I do get that. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Ryan. Thank you. Well, I hope you enjoy. And you think Shield is best looking, but you do like the live sprites from Black and White. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Oh yeah, Black and White had continuously moving sprites, didn't it? I think I'd forgotten about that, you know. But yeah, they would move around the screen, wouldn't they? It is sharp and jagged, yeah. Those are really great words to describe Scarlet and Violet's sort of environments and backgrounds, because they do. That's the problem. Is that they're just not easy on your eyes, are they? Like, they're just not. I don't know. Sword and Shield is so easy to look at, and I think Arceus was as well. To be fair, for the most part. Let's Go looks phenomenal. I think people are definitely coming back to Let's Go and looking at it and going, oh, this actually looks a lot better than I remember it, and especially compared to what's out now. I had quite a few comments on my Let's Go video saying, you know, from people saying like they'd forgotten how good it looked. Oh, Ryan, you hope I get Litwick. Yeah, Chandelore's shiny is very cool. So we were talking about this before. The community does think I'm going to get Litwick. I want Vulpix, but I think I will get Sizzlipede. Yeah, you're right. I had forgotten about that. That Black and White had the continuously moving sprites. Yeah. I don't know why. Maybe I was thinking that X and Y were the first games to introduce that. Maybe that's why I'd forgotten. Oh, let's hope. Yeah, let's hope Gen 10 will have a cool animation, nice sprites, and overall actually work. Yes. I guess I would very much like that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's sad, isn't it, that, like, the bare minimum, right, should be that we get a game that just works. That should be the bare minimum. And it is a little bit sad that we've gotten to that point now where you kind of like, that's what you're hoping for. You should be hoping for all like the fun stuff and not, you know, minimum performance issues. The thing for me as well is like, so like, I know Humans said there that there was like, please no more Pokemon on the walls. I really got like glitches in Scarlet and Violet. It was just laggy. It was just super laggy. And if anything, for me, that was more annoying than getting a glitch, because a glitch is kind of like, it lasts for a minute, it's over with. It's annoying when a game crashes every once in a while, but at least if it just crashes every once in a while, it's just that one-off. But when it's lagging every second of every minute that you're playing it, you just like, I can't keep playing this because it's just not fun. I'm battling the game to enjoy myself. It's ridiculous. Ryan says this stream and the video he watches today really wants to make him full odds shiny hunt, but you know it can take so long. It can take a very, very long time. I'm glad that my stream and the video have sort of like inspired you to have a go at it. But yeah, it can take a while, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. What I will say, Ryan, is before I started making videos for the channel, I never shiny hunted at all. So yeah, you know, it's not like I've been doing it my whole life or anything, so you can definitely get into it and you can definitely like learn it and get used to it. And what I would say is, if you're unsure about it, or if you kind of don't want to start at the worst ones, maybe do what I did and work your way through the games. So start with Let's Go and play that where it's quite easy to get shinies. Then Legends Arceus, where it's also kind of easy to get shinies. Scarlet and Violet is also easy, and then work your way up like gradually until you get to Sword and Shield or BDSP. Pokemon on the walls are forever. They are in Scarlet and Violet, but they don't have to be for ZA. They don't have to be for Generation 10. They need to not do it anymore. And Raziel, you're spot on. Gaming in 2024, in a nutshell, is hoping that at the very bare minimum, the developers and the company, to be fair, in a lot of instances, it's not, I feel like it's not always the developers, it's the companies, isn't it, that are greedy, and they're like, listen, you've got to get this game out in 12 months with, you know, less people than you had last year, or you're done. And I feel like there's developers that probably sit there and they go, listen, if we want to make a good game, we need a bit more time than that, and the company's just like, no, we're not willing to give you that time. And that's sad. But yes, gaming in 2024 is 100% just hoping that the game works. And you know what as well? When I was like growing up, the number one thing was you would buy a game and you would take it home and you would know that when you booted that game up, it had to be a good game because they couldn't add on patches and they couldn't do fixes post-launch because the disc was the game. And now I think because, unfortunately, they can do that, they take full advantage of it, don't they? It has gotten to the point where a lot of games now, if I'm really looking forward to something, I will not get it until it's released and I see what the reviews are like. Now, granted, I will be pre-ordering ZA. I'm not gonna I can't not pre-order ZA because I loved Legends Arceus that much. So I've got faith that it's going to be good. But if, for example, I mean, you know which games are going to be good, don't you? Like, as an example, GTA 6 has had how many years in the... It's been so many years in the making. I would be very surprised if that wasn't good. And there's a few reasons that I say that. Number one, Rockstar have a very good track record. Red Dead Redemption 2 was brilliant, and it was like 7 years in the making. All of the Grand Theft Auto games historically have been good, apart from that weird remake one they did the other year. But I don't know if that was even fully Rockstar or not, but anyway. No, it wasn't. It was like Grove Street Games or something, wasn't it? It was like a small-time developer. But anyway, so GTA 6 is probably going to be good. I would pre-order that with, you know, a lot of hope. Legends ZA I will pre-order because I love Legends Arceus. But if, let's say, there was a Call of Duty coming out next year, and it was a remake of an old Call of Duty that I really like, Modern Warfare 2, I wouldn't get it, and I wouldn't pre-order it. I would wait to see what the reviews were like after release. And to be fair, I don't think news outlets and game critics help, because they're so out of touch. You'll get people who will like review games nowadays, and they'll get the best. The game company will give them the best computer to play on. They'll give them the best, you know, the best quality version of the game that they've got, and then they'll obviously write like an 8 out of 10 review. And then it actually releases on people's consoles that are just average consoles and with average copies of the game and all the rest of it, and it's rubbish, because obviously it is. Sad. Maybe the Pokemon will be the walls in ZA. There could be a wall Pokemon. Would not put it past them. Is Legends Arceus really that good? I heard the story wasn't great. So here's the thing. I love Legends Arceus, and I mean, I like adore it. I think it's such a good game. But what I will say is, it's very different to Pokemon games in general. So there's a lot of like action in it, and you've got to basically, you know how in Pokemon most of the time you just control your character running around. In Legends Arceus, the Pokemon can attack you, and they can make you like pass out from their attacks. So you have to, and you can catch the Pokemon as well. You can catch them in a battle, but you can also just throw Pokeballs at Pokemon in the overworld. So it's a very different kind of game to usual, and there are like boss fights in it where you have to beat the boss as your character. So not just with your Pokemon, you have to beat them by like dodging their attacks and throwing things at them and stuff. So it's a very good game, but I would say if you are not into that kind of mechanic, you wouldn't like it. But the story, I think, is really good. I'm not sure who's told you the story isn't great, and obviously it's all opinions, it's all subjective. But I think Legends Arceus' story is fantastic. So it's up to you at the end of the day. I would say if you're not sure, a good idea would be just Google what the game is about, and just maybe watch a trailer or two and just see what you think. If you like the trailers and you like the premise of the game, you know, it's set in the past, so I don't know. There's just it's Pokemon in the past, so there's a lot of like unique and interesting sort of aspects to it that you don't see in any other Pokemon game. It explains a lot of like the myths and the legends behind what you see in BDSP and like Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, like Sinnoh basically. So yeah. Pokemon Fight Club, fist fight that Machamp. Literally, that is basically what it is. It's a very different game compared to the usual, and we don't know what ZA is going to look like. But yeah. The other thing I would say is if you aren't bothered about the story being spoiled for you, you could watch my video, and that's probably a pretty good indicator to you of what the game looks like and how it works and whether it would be like interesting or not to you. Not trying to plug myself. I'm just like, in that video I kind of go over the story a little bit, and you can see a lot of the mechanics that I'm talking about. But yeah, awesome. Yeah, definitely just have a little look into it. And like I said, the story is obviously, it's all subjective. So if if there is anyone saying they don't like it, that's fair. You know, you might not like it. I think for me, I just really appreciate how different it is, because a lot of the time in Pokemon we do get the same games, don't we? We get challenge the gyms, beat the Elite Four, beat the champion, catch them all. Whereas like Legends Arceus is a little bit like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just so vastly different, but in a really good way. Yeah, I think I've lost a lot of time. We've talked about this before though. Basically, I consider it okay most of the time to use a non-shiny Pokemon to start the battle, because if you use a non-shiny Pokemon, then the sparkles don't appear, which saves you a couple of seconds, and any abilities or whatever might not flash up. If you've got a Pokemon that doesn't have that ability, it won't flash up, so that saves you like 5 seconds each time. Now, I would usually use, I can't show it you at the minute because I can't get in my boxes in the gym, but I would usually use a Pokemon called Pidove. But because we're in a gym and I'm going to be going straight into the gym battle when we find the shiny, I decided that I didn't want to use a non-shiny to start the hunt. But the problem is with my current team, and I'll show you this now, is so Maeve has Unnerve, which makes the little message pop up. Hector has an even worse one because he has Intimidate, which means that pops up and then the stat drop happens and then it says, the attack was lowered. And Charlotte doesn't have an ability that pops up like that, but she's too slow to run away from the Pokemon quick enough. So what happens if I use Charlotte is the opposing Pokemon gets a chance to attack me. So I have to use Maeve really because she's the best of a bad bunch in terms of this. And because we're in a gym, I thought it would just be fair to not use... I thought if I use a non-shiny Pokemon, I can just guarantee that someone in the comments will say, "You can't use a non-shiny Pokemon in a gym. This video doesn't count because you used a non-shiny Pokemon in a gym." So that's why we're using Maeve, and that's why we're losing a lot of time. But it's okay, because it's only for this hunt, and then we'll be back to using a random Pokemon. And As well, the reason why I think it's okay most of the time to use a non-shiny Pokemon to encounter another Pokemon is because even though this is a shiny only run, the Pokedex, for whatever reason, now you've seen I've encountered a lot of Litwick, but it says that we haven't battled any of them. So, if let's say I was using Pidove to encounter Pokemon, if the Pokedex doesn't count it as a battle, then I'm not using a non-shiny Pokemon really. That's my own rule set. And then what I would do, and we did this with Slowpoke in that stream, is when the shiny appears, I will not battle it with the non-shiny. I will swap out to a shiny and then I will battle it. So if anything, it makes it more difficult for me because turn 1 of a shiny appearing, they get an extra turn against me to use whatever move it is they're going to use. So there you go. Bit of a long-winded explanation. But yeah, we are losing a lot of time at the minute. Shinies are very beautiful, yes, they are. They are. Although it depends on the shiny. So there are some out there that are not very beautiful. But for the most part, I agree. I do. I'm really nursing this coffee. It's just so good. I don't want to drink all of it and then be left with none, you know? Right, before we carry on, let's have a look at the poll results so far. 81% of people say that we are going to find this thing before 3,000 encounters. 6% say no, and 12% say left, or super no. Interesting. Interesting results. Yes, I'm trying to think of a shiny that is less than beautiful. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I know that they're out there. I know that they're out there. Oh, well, we talked about Dragonite, didn't we, actually, the other day? Dragonite's one that we're not a fan of. I think as a general rule of thumb, anything that's like a puke green colour is not usually nice. Personally, not a big fan of Chansey. Yeah, I can understand that. Chansey is a weird one. I would have thought Chansey's would have been, you know, a really good opportunity to make it look awesome, but it's not. And it's odd because Blissey's is just basically like slightly different pink. So why is Chansey the colour that it is? But anyway. Shiny Gengar and Garchomp because they look the same. Totally agree. They are not good shinies. Particularly Gengar is like... It's had so many different like looking forms, hasn't it, over the years, that at this point you're like... a shiny Gengar looks like an old version of Gengar, and the current version of Gengar looks like the shiny version. I don't know, it's weird. It's very weird. Great Tusk. Do you know what, funnily enough, I did hunt for a Great Tusk in my Scarlet video, and I actually quite liked it, but there you go. There's one that maybe divides people. I do know what you mean, because it's got that kind of like, it has got that kind of like puke green kind of colour to it, hasn't it? Raziel quite likes Dragonite. That's fair. Yeah, the main issue for most people is that its pre-evos are all like that lovely pink colour, so the green doesn't fit. Well, we were talking about this. We think Dragonite's shiny is sort of based on like dragons from old tales. You know, like I don't know, like folklore kind of dragons are usually. Is there a book or like a kid's book called like Pete the Dragon or something like that? I think it's kind of like that kind of colour. But we were talking about it. I would love to see like a white Dragonite. You know what I mean? Like a white dragon. That would be my pick for it. But yeah, that's fair if you like it. Shiny Solgaleo really divides my brain because I do like it, but I also dislike it. It's kind of like whenever I see shiny Solgaleo, it's like it looks so good in some senses. You know, it's exactly what a shiny should be. It's vastly different to the original. It's quite bold and it's very out there. You know, you look at it and you're like, that's the shiny. And that's brilliant. But I think in some instances that maybe why people don't like it is because it's too out there. It's almost a little bit too bold. So I can get that. I can understand that. But you like shiny Dragonite too? Interesting. Well, it's good to know that it's got some fans out there. And the thing is at the end of the day, I would rather like something than not like something. So I think it's good that you do like it, you know? Like when a new game comes out and someone, like I'm like, oh, I didn't really like that, and someone else goes, oh really, I loved it. I'm like, well, that's great because I wish I felt like you did. You know what I mean? So that's good. Shiny Dragonite reminds you of this one kid show over here called Tabaluga. Tabaluga. Where are you from, Raziel? Like, which country, I mean? Because I don't think I've heard of Tabaluga, so I'm assuming it's a different country. Germany, nice, cool. Let's have a little. I'll have a little Google. Although I do get paranoid when I start doing this that I'm going to miss the shiny. But hopefully not. So, oh, I think I've got it. I can understand why that reminds you of with Tabaluga, just for everyone on the stream. Apparently, this is Tabaluga. So there you go. Definitely, I agree with that. I am actually going to Germany later this year. For the first time. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to Berlin. And it'll be near Christmas time, so hopefully there'll be some Christmas markets and things like that. So yeah. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. That kind of like, that kind of dragon where it's like a fat bumblebee. Where you're like, that doesn't look like it should be able to fly, but it can. Do you think Dragonite would look better or worse with larger wings? And I don't just mean shiny, I mean just in general. If it had like Charizard's sort of length wings, would it look better or worse, do you think? Small wings are peak. It's fair. Yeah, I agree, to be fair. I think it looks better with small wings. Yeah. Yeah, it would like, it's such a core part of the design, isn't it, that it would look just like a generic dragon. Totally agree. Totally agree. I just was wondering, because when you picture it in your head, yeah. I just wondered if there was anyone out there who would prefer them. Raziel, have you got any tips for me for when I visit Germany? Or have you got any, like, maybe not even tips, just suggestions, or, like, maybe things about Germany that I wouldn't know? So, as an example, let me think. Is there any, like, things in Germany maybe that are like not commonplace in other countries, i.e. things you have to, I don't know, I feel like I'm not explaining myself well, but have you got anything that you can think of for visiting Germany that I should know about? If you've not, don't worry. We cannot leave Drudigan as the only small winged dragon. I actually really like Drudigan. And I really like Drudigan Shiny, which is odd. Because I said I didn't like Dragonite Shiny, but I do like Drudigans. So, yeah, weird. But yes. I mean, Drudigan to me feels like the exact definition of those old folklore kind of dragons. It just fits them so perfectly. Hello, Coles. I think this might be your first time on stream, so welcome. Thanks for joining. We're currently hunting the Motostoke Gym Shiny, but we haven't found it, and we are well into our encounters. As you can see, 27. Drudigan was created when a dragon fell in love with an accordion. Do you know what? You have this real knack, human, for describing something where I'm like, is that real or is he joking? It sounds real. I don't actually know. It is about. Well, sorry, no, it's not quite a badge quest. It sort of is and sort of isn't. So basically, Coles, I make videos on, you know, shiny only challenges where I play through the game only using shinies. But a lot of the time, I will catch more shinies than what a badge quest would be, but not like a ridiculous amount. So I've currently got 10 shinies overall planned in for this run. So far we've sort of followed the badge quest format, but not entirely. So as an example, we caught Rookidee and Tyrogue before the first gym, then we beat the first gym, then we got Slowpoke, then we beat the second gym, and now we're in the third gym, but we're also doing the shiny hunt. So yeah, we'll probably end up with a couple of extra shinies by the end of the challenge. But yeah, that's basically it. Yes, I am going to Berlin, Rasiel, yeah. Oh, it's kind of different from the rest of Germany, right? Okay. And you've not been there yet. That's fair. That's fair. Well, thank you anyway. I'm sure it'll be okay. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I've just never been before. I feel like I'm gonna like Germany a lot though. Good beer, good food, lots of cool stuff. It's gonna be awesome. You're doing a normal playthrough of Shield, Ryan. Awesome. Yeah, and then you'll hunt afterwards. That's fair. That's fair. Do you know what? It's been a while since I've done a normal playthrough of Pokemon, because they've all been shiny only ones for the channel. So I feel like now it's almost weirder for me not to do a shiny only one. It's bizarre, but I did say the other day on stream that when ZA releases, I might do sort of a little bit what like Absol Vlogs Pokemon does, where he does like just a playthrough of the game normally, and then because when it releases, I'll probably book a week off work and we'll just play it every day on stream for the whole day. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'll probably do a normal playthrough then, and then I'll make it into a video, and then we'll do the shiny only run straight afterwards. Which is good, because I feel like it gives me some time to get used to the game and figure out what it's like. You're parodying the Dex entry for Iron Jugulus. I do remember that, and I'll be honest with you, when you said that, it was what I thought about straight away. Was the Dex entry for Iron Jugulus, but that's what I was like, is it real? Is it not? It sounds like it could be real, but I'm not sure. Coles, you're doing a badge quest in Sword. Your team will be Abomasnow, Manectric, great shiny. Barbaracle, good shiny. Chandelure, Klinklang, and you've got Snover down already. Brilliant, that sounds great. That sounds really good. It's good to plan out your encounters as well. Definitely. Yes, I have heard that you've got some lovely Christmas markets. Can't wait for that. I really can't wait for that. It's going to be awesome. I am going to be drunk in Berlin eating street food. Oh, it's going to be the best. I see, yeah, I see what you mean, Ryan, yeah. That, to be fair, yeah, totally understandable. I was the same, like I said before the channel came along, so. Oh, you're gonna have Phalanx as well. That's a good shiny to have. I do like Phalanx. I can't remember how you like hunt it though. Do you have to do that like sort of odd hunt on Route 8 where it kind of runs out of the tunnels? Do you have to just do that one? If so, that sounds like it's going to be a difficult hunt for you, but good luck. And good luck for the rest of your badge quest as well. Another parody, I'm assuming. Although adorable and playful, Vulpix has a sinister side. It likes to set things on fire, dancing in and around the flames. However, it sometimes targets buildings instead, endangering people and Pokemon alike. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. But, is it real? My head is starting to look super weird on the camera because the camera is trying to like cut me off. It's seeing my hair is too dark and it's trying to cut me off. So I'm going to take a quick break in a minute to go and get another drink because I am all coffeeed out, unfortunately. Sad. And also sort the light out so that it doesn't blind me, but it also doesn't try to delete half of my head off of the stream. Because I'm going to look real stupid if we find a shiny and half of my hairline has miraculously disappeared into the void. So, you have this hot alcoholic drink called, I'm going to try and pronounce this, but I'm going to guess that I'm going to get it wrong, but I will try. Is it Glufine? Glufine? It does pack quite a punch though. Listen, I am all for it. I am all for it. I will have a little look for that. That sounds good. I think beer is going to be my number one when we go to Berlin. It's going to be so much good beer. Also, we've got quite a few European people on the stream. Except for me. Do I not count anymore after Brexit? I don't, do I? That's annoying. I would very much like to be part of the gang. Although we have talked about on stream before that I am not very British. I'm not a very good British person. So, could I please come and join the European gang? Can I be welcomed in? Even though I'm technically not. Please. Yes. I'm still counted. Haha. So you think you'll just Masuda everything? That's fair. That's fair, Colt. Totally fair. That seems a lot better. Because you can get you can still get the shinies. And it's still fun to hunt them, but it's not like ridiculously difficult, because I feel like that Phalanx hunt would be really difficult. I wouldn't fancy that one. You've got I know like your own kind of like hot alcoholic drink as well. Palinka. Palinka. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciations. It's difficult to pronounce them on the just from text. Awesome. I'm part of the gang. Very happy about that. I can't believe we've been on stream for almost 2 hours already. Having a lot of fun. And the encounters are going by very quickly. We are about to go into our 250th encounter on stream, so that's good. Oh my head is fully disappearing. It's so annoying. I'm gonna have to sit like this so that I don't lose my head, quite literally. The rule with Palinka is if you made it and bottled it in Hungary, it's Palinka, but if not, it's not Palinka. Interesting. I like that. That's pretty cool. So it's quite a... Sounds like it's quite a special kind of drink. It's got like an importance placed tap on it. The greed for shinies is slowly consuming him. Do you mean the camera is like I'm fading away? It is, it's slowly coming for me. I'm having to actually lean down. Streamer beheaded on stream literally dies. Yeah, I'm having to... I feel like, you know when you're in a film, when you see in films, like people are like, they're in a room and the walls are closing in on them, and they're like this, like trying to hold the wall up. The sun is, or the light is slowly moving in and trying to get rid of me. Look how far down I am, this is ridiculous. I look so stupid. If we find a shiny now, and I jump up, and half my head disappears, it's going to be annoying. But the stubborn part of me is saying, listen, we're at 1 hour and 53 minutes. I'm not going to go for a break till I get to 2 hours. Because that's a nice even number. So I am going to sit here in pain for the next 6 minutes or so. So if anything, this if anything, this is the ultimate shiny beat, isn't it? If I was going to find a shiny, it would be right now, because it would be the most inconvenient time. We can just edit in a static picture of your head. Good shout, actually. Yeah, we can just do... I can just do that. I can, like, take pictures of me with, like, several reactions. And the reactions will just change. So it'll just be me like this. And then it'll be when the shiny appears. Oh, the chair's starting to disappear as well. Oh nice, your shiny Snover is called Larry because that is what you called one of your first shinies in Ultra Sun and Moon. So you've come full circle. Do you still have the shiny Abomasnow that you had in that game? Because if not, it's like it's been reborn, you know? Alternatively, you can draw a really bad picture of me. That would also be fine by me, either or. But that's all dependent on whether the shiny decides to appear. Nice. You've still got the old Larry as well. Awesome. Oh, 4 more minutes. I will say I'm very happy how optimistic everyone's been on the poll the last couple of nights, because when we've done the poll, a staggering amount of people have said yes, you will find the shiny tonight. Not many who voted no. So I'm enjoying the confidence. Larry's your goat. Awesome. Interesting as well because obviously Larry, the gym leader in Scarlet Violet, is like has made that name quite popular Pokemon wise. But you presumably nicknamed this Pokemon way before Larry even existed. You have to playing through Pokemon Violet. What did I've forgotten what I said now. What did I say? I've got a terrible memory. Two more minutes. Oh wow, so you did catch that Bomb of Snow a long time ago. Yeah. I can't believe how long ago Sword and Shield actually came out now. When you think about it, it's pretty crazy. It has been like 5 years, I think. It's nuts. I agree, Larry is a fantastic gym leader, isn't he? Let's be honest. The only thing with Larry is it confuses me ever so slightly how, like, the concept of his work in the Pokemon world. Do you know what I mean? Like he's apparently really successful, but he also he's really successful, but he also has to like work all these jobs. But then like the other people that are presumably less successful than him, are around the same success level as him. So Rika is in the Elite Four, and Larry's in the Elite Four, but Larry's also a gym leader. I don't know. Right, we are at 2 hours for the stream. So I'm going to take a quick break because I really am starting to disappear off camera and it is not good. But I will be right back. I'll just go and get a drink as well. So I will be literally like 3 minutes max. And then I will catch up on your messages. So see you in a minute, guys. We are back. Awesome. Right, the light is on, but it's not directly in my eyes, so we are good to go. Back to it. So, let's have a look what you've been chatting about. Oh. Wow, you've been chatting quite a bit. I need to catch up. Pokemon Black is 14 years old. Oh, that is a wake-up call. If I've ever heard one before. You've been blaming Pokemon Black for over half your life. Crazy. Larry's the one to pay Geeta's taxes because she can't do it herself. Yeah, what's Geeta doing? Well, I suppose is she the head of the Pokemon League or something, but still. Larry just seems like he's overworking himself, the poor guy. And yes, I did disappear entirely. But the dentists will never get me. They will never get me. It's the other way around. 3 out of 5 dentists agree with me. The other 2 dentists mysteriously disappear. That's all we're allowed to say, for legal reasons. But yeah. The greed consumed me. I don't know how many encounters we've had since, but let's hope it's in the next 10. Oh, nice! Everybody's doing some shiny hunting. That's brilliant. So humans hunting Galarian Corsola. Rachel, you're shiny hunting in Black 2. That sounds a lot of fun as well. But we don't want Patrat. That's completely there. Growlithe would be really cool. Yeah, that would be a really cool shiny in that game. Growlithe's one of those Pokemon that, like, particularly in Black 2. I don't know, I really like when a Pokemon shows up in a game that it doesn't feel like it should be in. Don't know if that makes any sense. It's kind of like... I'm trying to think of another example, but you know when you see a Pokemon in a game, it's usually in like a Platinum, or an Emerald, or Black 2, White 2, where they kind of like extended the decks and things like that. And you see the Pokemon in that game and you go, it doesn't look like it should be in this game. Like Growlithe Arcanine doesn't really feel like it should be in Unova, but it's a really cool Pokemon to have in those games. I don't know. I feel like that maybe doesn't make sense, but it makes sense to me. Patrat be gone! How old is Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon? Well, let's think. If Black came out 15 years ago, then it was Black 2, White 2, then it was Sun and Moon, and then it was Ultra and Ultra Moon. So I would guess maybe like 9 years ago for Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Maybe. And you've been playing Pokemon Black for 14 out of 19 years of your life as well, Ryan. It's crazy, isn't it, really? How long some of these games have been out for now. It really is. Because I can still remember, like, all of these games coming out. I remember when and this is a little bit older than those, but when Diamond and Pearl first came out, I was in my first year of high school. So I'm about to turn 30, and I was, how old was I? 10, maybe? Just about to turn 11. And I caught the bus into town, and with two of my friends, and we all picked up a Diamond and Pearl game from there's a place in the UK called Game. That was it. And they were offering, I remember when they did the release, they were offering these like styluses for the DS with Dialga and Palkia on the top, and I got one of those. I've long since lost it, but it was very cool. Very cool day. You've resumed your Electric hunt. Very nice. Electric's such a cool shiny. And so is Manectric. I nearly hunted for Manectric in this game, but I only changed my mind because I really wanted to hunt Lantern, and because it was Electric too, I kind of thought I'm gonna try and not cross over too much. So, but yeah, very good shinies. Of course, human. Of course, you've not been anything to do with the disappearance of these dentists. You've not had anything to do with it. None of us have. It's a mystery. We don't know why they keep disappearing. We suspect it may be linked to the fact that they disagree with the surveys that we've been putting out, but there's no evidence to support that, other than every dentist who has disagreed so far is no longer around. And every dentist who has agreed is still. So, but we just don't know. Oh yeah, X and Y. I totally blanked, didn't I? Which is bizarre because we were literally talking about X and Y earlier on. But there you go. That just proves how rubbish my memory actually is. So thank you, Ryan. Yes, you are right. X and Y was definitely before Sun and Moon, but after Black 2 and White 2. And Oras as well. Because they didn't come out at the same time. They would have been staggered releases. Well, there you go, Rachel. Ultra Sun released 2017, so 7 years ago. That's even, that's even less time than what I thought. That's crazy. I mean, I thought 9 years would have been. I don't know why I thought 2015. I guess maybe I just thought the DS era kind of finished around then. But yeah, 2017, only 7 years ago. It's kind of mad, isn't it? Because I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I feel like the amount of time in between games feels like quite a lot, quite substantial. Like if you think, when did Scarlet and Violet release? Was it when was it actually? Was it like last? Was it early 2023? Because if Scarlet and Violet released in early 2023, you've got to think that we're not going to get a game until 2025. And yet, in the 7 years since Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, we've had Let's Go, we've had Sword and Shield, we've had Legends Arceus, we've had BDSP, we've had Scarlet and Violet, and we've had DLC for both Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield. So that seems like quite a lot in 7 years. But at the same time, it feels like a long time since Scarlet and Violet came out. So Coles 100% get you with that one. I'm very much the same. I started playing Pokemon when I was 6.5 years old, and now I'm about to turn 30, and it's just like, it's crazy. Time just flies, it really does. But I think sometimes when you look at what you've done in that time, you realise that quite a lot has happened. As an example, in the last 7 years, I've moved out of my parents' house, got married, got a dog. I've done loads of things, really. It just doesn't feel like it. It must be because the dentists do not watch my streams, which 3 out of 5 dentists agree will prolong your life expectancy. You're right. That must be it. That must be it. Case closed. We don't need to investigate this any further. We do not need to investigate the dentist's disappearances and issues anymore. Yeah, you're more shocked that 2017 is already 7 years in the past. Yeah, well, we did sort of discuss this the other night on stream, that, you know, I think the pandemic did skewed our perception of time quite a lot, didn't it? So, which is, I think is definitely the case for a lot of people, because it went on for so long, and you almost, it's been a long time since that happened, but when we were in it, it was also a long time, and it felt like a lot longer. So I think now when you look back at years before that, they feel like either so much longer ago than what they actually were, or that they weren't actually that long ago, but the pandemic messed up our perception of time. They've released less games now that we are in the Switch era. They pumped them out on the DS. I can't fully remember, to be fair, but I will take your word for it, certainly. I think maybe the DLC has kind of affected that with the Switch. Maybe they realised that they wanted to start doing that, and that's taken the place of some of the games. Because we got 2 for Sword and Shield, and then we got 2 for Scarlet and Violet, didn't we? So I suppose that takes up a considerable amount of time, and certainly with like release schedules and things like that. Maybe that was it. And now we're getting Legends ZA, yeah. Right, yeah. So we have it a lot, but you think that they're getting slower, refining things, trying to make it a bit more perfect. Yeah. Yeah, well, let's hope. We've had a lot of conversations on stream around the Switch 2, and we're hoping that they release that for Generation 10. But somebody was on stream the other night, and they said that they think there's been rumours that they're going to release the Switch 2 at the same time as Legends ZA. Like, it will be a release on the new Switch. I'm not so sure about that, just because I think you can pre-order Legends ZA now. So if it was on a new console, they would have to. You wouldn't be able to pre-order it yet, because they wouldn't be able. Like, you might not be able to buy the new Switch. You'd be buying it with the assumption that you can play it on your current Switch, not the Switch 2. So I imagine the Switch 2 and Generation 10 will come out after ZA. But man, ZA, I really, really hope is good. I think it will be. Has anybody got anything that they would like to see in ZA? You know, any like new mechanics? Or I know, Human, you said the other day you think that there might be more of a focus around resource gathering. You know, a little bit like Minecraft kind of not, well, maybe not Minecraft, but games where you can craft resources. Craft items from resources, collect a lot of resources. I don't know if they'll do any base building or anything like that, but maybe that kind of thing. We better get a house in Lumio City. That's something I'll say. I want my own little house. A little bit like in Legends Arceus, but maybe one that I can decorate a little bit more. That would be pretty cool. Maybe ZA will be like Breath of the Wild, which released on the Wii U as well as the Switch. Wow, the Wii U. That's a blast from the past, isn't it? I'd forgot all about the Wii U. That never really did well, did it? But yeah, maybe. You'd like to see more from the Looker side story. Do you mean Looker, the police chief guy from Platinum, and a few other bits and pieces? I did like that. the only thing with that is well, here's the other question actually. Does everyone think that ZA will be set in the past? I'm of the opinion that it's going to be set in the past, but I don't know 100%. I guess none of us know 100%. But maybe it doesn't have to be like Looker. It could just be the agency. They could have some sort of story. I would agree that would be quite cool. That would be quite good. And that would fit a city, wouldn't it? You know, a city is the perfect grounds for criminal activity and things like that. So yeah. Oh, do you? You think it's going to be set in the same time period as X and Y? That is very interesting. Very interesting. I wouldn't be opposed to that, to be fair. But yeah, I guess we'll see. The trailer seemed... Well, here's the thing. I think they made the trailer... Because I know what you mean. It's like the blueprint kind of trailer, isn't it, for the city? I think they made the trailer seem modern, but I don't think it. I think they're trying to trick people with that. I think it will. For me, I think it's going to be the past. But listen, very good guess, and you never know. We could be looking back at this time next year saying Rachel got it spot on. Leaning towards the past, Legend kind of implies. Yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking as well. Like Legends is it's kind of like things that have already happened, isn't it? And like telling new stories from the past of Pokemon. And to be fair, that's what I said, Ryan, as well. Yeah, the other day on stream that it would maybe take place after the last war, and it would be like, we need to rebuild the city to be a place where both Pokemon and people can live, but without fighting and without strife and things like that. But to build the city, they'd have to go out and collect resources and build the city up. Well, I will say, Rachel, I'm loving the theories because they're very good. They're very good theories. Very good theories. Yeah, that's a really clever take on it as well. Like Zygarde getting involved and sort of fighting back against the modernization of the region. And do you know what as well? I will say the whole what you're saying about Zygarde, I think would be a very good, like, if they ever did like an opposite version to Legends, which would be like a future one. That would be a brilliant plotline. That would fit in perfectly. I mean, we were talking about the other day about what kind of storylines would they come up with if they went into the future, and how, like, for me, I don't think the future is as interesting as the past for Pokemon, because a lot of Pokemon stories are to do with the past. You know, they're to do with the myths and the legends and all that kind of thing. And I couldn't really think of any kind of like future stories that would work, but that is brilliant. I really like that idea. I mean, you never know, because Game Freak might see the war in X and Y as like an obvious thing, because I think a lot of us have probably thought of that, haven't we? When we've thought about ZA, we've kind of thought, well, if it's in the past, what AZ talked about with the war and the ultimate weapon and all that kind of stuff, that's where a lot of our brains go straight to. So maybe Game Freak will think, actually, let's not do that. Let's do something slightly different. But I think that's where my guess would be. Yeah, exactly with the Paradox mons. The past Paradox creatures are brilliant, aren't they? They're all like so bright and crisp, and like they've got really like unique designs, and they all suit that design. But a lot of the future ones are just like this Pokemon, but it's metal. Like that is what it feels like a little bit. But I don't think that maybe that's not a problem with the concept. Maybe that's just a problem with the design. Do you know what I mean? Because I think with the future Paradox mons, presumably the idea was that people created them for whatever reason. Maybe Pokemon had gone extinct, or I don't know. I don't know what the lore reason is. But maybe what would have been a better idea would be to do future Paradox Pokemon, which were like Pokemon that evolved to fit the environment of the future. So let's say, I don't know, they could have done a Pokemon world thousands of years in the future where the ecosystem and the climate had totally changed, and a lot of the Pokemon had evolved to fit that. So like you could have Pokemon that maybe, I don't know, evolved to not need much sunlight because there are so many satellites in the sky that it literally blocks out the sunlight. Or you could have Pokemon that have evolved to, I don't know. I'm not good at this, but my point is that maybe the concept isn't the problem. Maybe it's the design and the route that they took. Oh yeah, Iron Valiant looks great. Looks really great. And to be fair, I don't think a lot of them look bad individually. So let's say, let's take Iron Valiant. Looks great. I think, is it Iron Hands? The Hariyama kind of variant looks great. Who else is there? I'm blanking, but I think the problem with them isn't that they look bad, it's that they all look quite similar. Does that make sense? So like, you look at the Paradox Pokemon and they all look different. You know, they've got very different kind of like styles, and they are unique in their own right. But you look at the Iron Pokemon, and because a lot of them have that same look to them, but just reskinned, and it is really just, it's that Pokemon that you know, but it's metal. I think that's why people don't like them as much. I think a really good example of that is when you look at Walking Wake and you look at Iron Leaves. Walking Wake is this like absolutely beautiful design, so very distinct and different to Suicune. And then you look at Iron Leaves and it's literally just Virizion but metal. And it's that same, like, it's the same sort of design as all the other future Paradox Pokemon, so it just kind of go, you look at it and your brain registers it as like, I've seen this before. I've seen this exact design before. And not only have I seen this exact design before, but even the other designs that are meant to be like this for the Iron Pokemon, they also look like this. So I think it's just too samey. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Those three are probably the best like examples, aren't they, of what you could do versus what they did. Everything is chrome in the future. Yeah, exactly. It's like that seems to be the thought process. Do you know what the future paradoxes remind me of? They remind me of like Teslas, where they're futuristic, but they don't really look futuristic. They just look like samey. I agree. Raging Bolt. I actually really love Raging Bolt. I do like Raikou anyway, but Raging Bolt is phenomenally designed. Hi Ben. Thanks for joining. I believe you are new here, unless you've maybe just not put in the chat before, but welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Are you doing okay? Real ones will remember Mecha Tyranitar from Pokestar Studios. Mecha Tyranitar. I do remember being taken to Pokestar Studios against my will at the start of every Black 2 and White 2 playthrough. And then taking on Riolu Man. And then immediately exiting. They have, haven't they? I saw that. I saw something about... Didn't Tesla say, like... they'd protected the car against it or something, but then I saw a photograph of what the car looked like after the raccoons had tried to get into it. And it's like super scratched up and damaged. So that doesn't seem to have gone well. But yeah. That is hilarious. I do not have a shiny Hatenna. Do you? Or are you looking for one? Maybe is that what you're asking? But no, I do not have one. To be fair, I can imagine they are like really fun to do, and I think certainly now that I'm a bit older, I probably would go there and enjoy it and play the movies. I think, especially now, because I've got a lot more patience with the shiny hunting. But I think back in the day, I was just rushing to try and not rushing, but I really wanted to play the game. I was like, right, I'm starting a new playthrough. Here we go. I've beaten the gym leader. I want to. Or was it before Roxy actually? You get taken there. I can't remember, but I just remember being like really eager to get going, and then the game kind of saying, no, come this way. So nice, you're shiny hunting for Hatenna and Sword. Do I have any tips? I'm not sure really for Masuda method, because I feel like Masuda method's it's a good method. You know, it's quite quick to do. It's fairly easy to set up. So I guess basically just, have fun with it. Sometimes I know, like as an example, human will like stockpile eggs. So if you wanted to do that, you could do that. That's basically where you just sort of, you have 6 Pokemon in your party, and you ride around, and every time the Deco person says to you that an egg has been found, you just put it into one of your boxes, and then you just do that over and over again, and then you hatch all of the eggs in one go without having to ride back to the Deco person. But it's up to you. It's totally up to you. Personally, I kind of, when I'm hunting in Sword and Shield with like the Masuda method, I just collect the eggs as I go. So I'll collect 5 eggs, ride around with them, hatching them, and then I'll go and get the next 5, and then so on and so forth, usually. But good luck. I'm sure you'll find it quickly. After Roxy, the talent scout talks to you after the gym fight, right? So it's like you beat Roxy, and you're like, oh, I can't wait to get to the next part of the game, and then the game kind of drags you back, doesn't it, and says, nope. But that's not an entirely bad thing. I think maybe it's just a shame because they obviously wanted you to experience Pokestar Studios because they knew that most people wouldn't go there if they were given the choice, their own choice to do it. But I think for a lot of people it probably did make them think, I'm definitely not doing it now because you've made me come here. Do you get anything for completing like the movies? Like when you've finished all of them, do you get any sort of reward or like any rewards during it? Because I can't remember now. No problems, Ben. Have you only just started, or are you sort of like quite far into the egg hatching? Oh, interesting. You gain fame, which attracts fans that give you items after watching a movie. That's interesting. See, this actually all sounds really cool. I feel like maybe the problem then with Pokestar Studios was that they didn't... Did they explain this to you? Because maybe if the talent scout had said, like, you know, oh, by the way, if you complete these movies, you'll get some items from fans. Some fans might even give you a reward for like how much they like you, and you might get a special reward if you complete all the movies. I feel like maybe more people might have stuck around, unless I'm just remembering wrong and they do tell you that, and my impatient brain was just like, nope, I don't want to do it. I am leaving. It's highly possible. Highly possible. Right, there you go. They don't explain any of it. Because that's the thing, isn't it? Is like, I don't know, most Pokemon fans, when you are entering something that's new, I feel like you want to know whether it's just like a tacked on mini game that doesn't really do anything for you, or whether it's a mini game that actually counts and actually matters, and you know you can get something out of it. Because I feel like the Pokeathlon in Heart Gold and Soul Silver is like somewhat similar, in that it actually gives you really good rewards. You know, like in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, you can't find evolution stones for anything. Honestly, it's such a bad game for that kind of thing, and as a result, a lot of people will go through the game not being able to evolve that Weeping Bell that they caught before the Elite Four, or I don't know, being able to evolve other things. But if you go to the Pokeathlon and you take part in some of the events, there's actually quite a lot of things you can get from there that will help you. But then again, they never really explained Voltorb Flip, and I love Voltorb Flip. So maybe Pokestar Studios just didn't grab me, personally. The musical thing in Nimbasa City, I don't even remember that. What was the musical thing in Nimbasa? I feel like maybe I need to go back and replay some of these games, because I have played every Pokemon generation like multiple times over, but it was all when I was younger, and I was just like, I just want to battle and take on the Elite Four and beat the champion. Like, that's what I want to do. Whereas nowadays I'm a bit more content to be like, actually, I'm going to take my time. I'm going to, you know, enjoy some of the culture. Enjoy some of the events on offer. Oh, I think I've got hiccups, sort of. My voice is starting to sound a little bit funny because I'm on the verge of hiccups. Wow, I feel like I've never heard of this. Is that just... Yeah. It sounds pretty fun, to be fair. I think maybe a part of the problem is, like, I definitely in like games before that, I have... Oh, we've got a lot going on here. Hi, Christine. Thank you very much for the good luck. Don't worry about lurking. That's all good. It's very nice that you're even watching. So thank you for joining us. I hope you're having a nice day. And yeah, good luck if you're doing some shiny hunting as well in the background. Human has found a shiny Corsola. Well done. Very well done. So you found 2 shinies before I found my one. I am heartbroken. But well done. Congratulations, I'm very happy for you. And that means that you've got the evolution line sorted now, haven't you? Can I ask, how many boxes have you got left of Corsola eggs? Awesome, Christine. No problem. Well, good luck, yeah. Ah, right, okay. I can't believe that I don't remember any of this from Nimbasa. It's odd. Can't believe I just can't believe I don't remember it. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm getting a... I'll just be 2 seconds. Sorry. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. My wife took Bucky on a walk before. If you were new to the stream, Bucky is my miniature dachshund dog, and he came back from the walk, and he's all good, but they're sat downstairs, and he can hear me talking, but he doesn't know that it's me in the house, so he thinks that there's some sort of stranger, so he's just barking downstairs. So my wife said, "Can you come and just like let him know that it's you, and not some stranger upstairs?" So that was all. We're all good. So, congrats again, Human. You've got 2 boxes left, but yeah, you're going to be hunting Geotonian Corsola next time. Brilliant. And I love that one. Really love that one. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine you can basically recite the entire story for those games. It's probably brilliant. I would love to remember a game in that much detail. Yes, he does protect the house well. He's a funny dog as well because he's very small, but he has a really loud bark, like a really loud bark. Doesn't sound like a miniature dachshund. So if anybody ever did break in, they would probably get a big shock because they would hear what sounds like a German shepherd or something, but really it's just a little dog. You know, sometimes like little dogs bark and they sound like yappy. Bucky's not like that. He's small, but he's got like a really loud bark. It's quite funny because sometimes if I take him for a walk, you'll get people who'll want to give him like a little pet. And I always say to people like, oh, just be careful because he can be a little bit grouchy because dachshunds tend to be they tend to have an excess of personality, and they tend to have sort of that small dog kind of syndrome where they bark at people and they're very protective and defensive and stuff like that. But you'll see some people who like I'll say like, listen, just be careful because he is a bit grouchy, and they'll be like, oh, it's okay, and they'll go to pet him and he'll let out like a really loud bark, and you'll see them like go, wasn't expecting that. So yeah, once he starts barking, you've got to reassure him, otherwise he will just do it all evening. Yes, he is just an angry slinky, and we suspect he's a cat, don't we, Human, because of a lot of his behaviour. And you're right, the smallest dogs do have the biggest courage. They do. So I guess the question for you, Human, is: what are you going to do for the rest of the stream? Have you got any other plans now that the Galarian Corsola hunt is over? And actually, as well, Raziel, have you got any? Have you been counting like encounter numbers for the patches of grass where you've been hunting, or like, and where are you up to? Oh yeah, you've still got the rest to hatch, haven't you? I suppose, yeah. Yeah, you may as well get all of those done. Then you might go harass Ordino. Yeah, he's about to hatch 2 more shinies just to spite me. That's fair. Well, the thing is I can't complain, kind of, because I have gotten fairly lucky in this run. 2 of my hunts combined didn't even go over 1,000 encounters. Slowpoke was only just over half odds. So I can't really complain, can I? If this one does go over odds, if anything, it's just evening out the challenge a little bit. Well, that's okay. You don't have to keep track of how many encounters you've had. You know what I mean? I never used to be honest. I do now, but back in the day, and especially when it's like games like Legends Arceus or Scarlet and Violet, whatever, I didn't want to be counting that many encounters. Nice, Ryan. I'm glad you're liking the stream. It's nice to. I think it's really nice to have a stream on in the background while you're doing like your own playthrough or your shiny hunting or something like that, because it just feels like you're playing with friends, doesn't it? You know, which we are really. And we're all playing at the same time. We're all chatting. We're all talking about stuff that we enjoy and like. So, I think it's nice. Nice. 383 eggs for Larvesta. I mean, to be fair, that's at least that's not like. Oh no, hang on. Masuda in those games will be different, won't it? What are the odds for Masuda in Black 2 and White 2? I'm assuming it's like double what it is in this game. So is it like 1 in 1,300 or something like that? Because I was about to say, oh, 383 eggs. It's not like that lucky, is it? Because it's 1 in 682 or whatever. But I've just realised it won't be that. It won't be those odds in those games. It'll be a lot more. Well, Ryan, how is your playthrough of Shield going? Whereabouts are you up to? Wow, 1 out of 1,366 without the charm. That is quite, yeah, that is lucky then. Because I imagine it takes quite a while to hatch eggs in those games as well. I mean, a lot of the older games are just naturally slower, aren't they? Than the newer games. I genuinely cannot imagine what it must be like to complete a shiny only like challenge in the original Diamond and Pearl, where everything is really slow. Must be brutal. I haven't done any shiny hunting in the Dynamax Adventures recently. I definitely have done in the past, and I will be doing in this challenge as well, Xander. So when we get to, I'm leaving it towards the end of the game because right now we're still quite early on, aren't we? And I think a lot of the Pokemon in Dynamax Adventures are like level 65 or level 70 if it's a legendary. So I think the Dynamax Adventures hunt for this challenge will be the last one we do. So yeah. Do you hunt a lot in Dynamax Adventures? Oh wow, you've hatched thousands of eggs in Pokemon, but you've never hatched a shiny before? Yeah, I agree. Definitely evens out. I mean, I think that's what a lot of shiny hunting is, isn't it? It's kind of like... it doesn't... you can go really over odds, but you will then get... you will at some point get a shiny that's like a really quick one. Because it's just the law of averages at the end of the day. Larvesta specifically is a slow Pokemon to hatch. Is there like a reason for that? Is it like the animation or something after it pops out the egg that makes it really slow? You've only just started, so you've not done the first gym. Oh wow, that's pretty brutal that it didn't save the data, so you've got to start over again. I'm sorry to hear that, because it sounds like you had a lot of progress in it. Yeah. I suppose the only bright side is if you do really like the games, then you've got another challenge sort of thing. I did, if it interests you at all, I bought like a memory card for the Switch. Mainly because I just didn't have enough save data on the Switch to... sorry, I didn't have enough space on the Switch to like store all my games. But you could try buying that. They're not very expensive. You can get them in Argos for I think like £20 in the UK. And that would stop that. You could just put it on the memory card and then move it over to another Switch. But, I suppose at this point, it's too late, isn't it, really? So, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, nice, Sandy. You're a big shiny legendary guy. That's a good... I think that's awesome. It must be a lot of fun to hunt all of the legendaries in Dynamax. We have talked about which shiny legendary we're going to go for, because we're going to get some people who've been viewing the stream to sort of over Discord, which, by the way, if anyone's watching, I have set up a Discord server, and it's in the about section of my channel. So if you want to join, when we get to Dynamax Adventures, I'll be setting up like a party, just whenever we've got groups of 3 people free when I'm streaming. But that is a long while away yet, but it's just so you know. So we've talked about it. Rayquaza seems to be the one that we're probably going to go for. I also like the idea of Raikou. And then maybe Latias. It's going to be one of those 3. And what I may try and do is hunt them randomly. So we'll do an adventure for Rayquaza, then an adventure for Raikou, then an adventure for Latias, and we'll just keep doing them in that order so that it's like a random find. But we'll see. According to Google, Larvesta has the longest hatch time in terms of steps required. Oh! I hadn't thought of that. That's cool. Well, actually, no, sorry, it's not cool, because it means that you've got to do a lot more work, but... well, it's a good job that you found your shiny nice and early, isn't it? But that makes sense. Yeah, I suppose if it's more rare, it should take longer to hatch. 40 egg cycles, wow. Oh, really? Pokemon data won't transfer even with a memory card? Ah, I didn't realise that. So it's just the actual, like, storage that does. But then I thought Switch is synced data. Do they not? I thought they synced data between devices. Like, if I logged in on my account on another Switch, it would sync the... Maybe it doesn't, actually. Maybe I'm just talking rubbish. It means that, really, Pokemon Home is the only thing you can do, isn't it? That's rubbish. That's really rubbish. What a shame. Oh, wow. So most Pokemon take anywhere from 5 to like 20, but you can go all the way up to 40. That's brutal. Xander, which shinies have you found all of the legendaries, by the way, in Dynamax Adventures, or have you is it just certain ones? Yeah, that's a real shame, Ryan. A lot of shinies, and that's just sad. I do know what you mean, because I've had to reset a few files because, you know, videos on the channel. Like, as an example, I beat Shield with baby Pokemon, and then I had to reset I had to delete that to do this run. But I did transfer across the Pokemon from that run, I think. I hope I did. To Pokemon Home, so they should be knocking around somewhere. But I do know what you mean. I don't love deleting and going again. Not Pokemon. They don't like us having fun, apparently. I think that could be said for a lot of decisions that Pokemon make. Oh, nice, you've got Mesprit and you're going for Uxie. Nice. There's some good shinies. I think Azelf's probably my favourite of those three. Hello, not ask. Nice to see you. How are you doing? How's your day been? No, don't worry, don't worry. Don't ever gotta apologise for you know, not joining the stream. It's all good. I hope you've had a nice day. But you'll be pleased to hear, I suppose, that we've not found the shiny yet. So you've not missed out. We're still going. Could be going for a while, to be fair. We've got 2 hours left tonight. We have seen some shinies. We just haven't seen my shiny. Humans found shiny Galarian Corsola, which is awesome. Oh, that's lovely that you've missed being here. Well, don't worry, you've not missed anything, like, technically. Not missed any shinies or anything. But yes, we have got a Discord now. Human is spot on. It's in the About section of the channel, so if you want to just join. I think the link that I've put in the About section of the channel is like an invite link, and it has no expiry date, so people can just join as and when they want to, hopefully. You've got an Yveltal, Thundurus, Stakataka, and Pheromosa. Nice. I've got a shiny Pheromosa from Dynamax Adventures as well. Very cool shiny. And so are the others as well. Congratulations. Yveltal is awesome. The link does work. Nice, thanks, Rachel. I'm glad that it works. For a while, I could not figure out how to get it to work. I kept trying to like find the link, and it would keep saying that it was like a temporary link, and I was thinking, yes, but how do I change it to never end so that people can just always join? And anyway, I finally got it to work, but yeah. What's Dynamax Adventures? They're really cool, Ryan. They're in the Crown Tundra DLC, and it's basically you get into this like it's called like a Max Lure or like a is it Max Lure? Have I got that right? feel like I'm just making up words now. Like I know that's what Pokemon does to us, because you have things like Ash's Z move, which is like not just a regular Thunderbolt, a Mega Super 10 billion volt Thunderbolt. But I end up, whenever I describe new things, I feel like I just make up words. But yes, they have these like this max lure thing, and basically you and 3 other people or AI, you all jump in and you have rental Pokemon, and you have to battle 3 raid den Pokemon, and then at the end of at the end of those 3, you get to face a legendary Pokemon, and if you beat it, you can catch it, and the odds for a shiny are either 1 in 100 with a shiny charm or 1 in 300 without a shiny charm. So pretty good odds for legendaries, but it does take a while to get to the legendaries, so it's kind of balanced out. Hi Jane, nice to see you. I'm assuming that this is your first time on stream, because I don't think I've spoken to you before, but welcome to the stream. Nice to have you here. Are you doing okay? A living dex. A shiny living dex would be amazing. I feel like maybe a good thing for you, human, would be if you're not keen on committing to that right now, maybe just kind of like randomly finding whichever shinies you want and then seeing how many you've got left. How many you've collected, and then just seeing how many more you would need to get to complete the dex. Do you know what I mean? I think that could be quite cool for you. Yeah, it does. It is pretty good, isn't it, Ryan? I mean, I really like Dynamax Adventures. It is a lot of fun. It's a little bit hard when you're playing with the AI because they're a bit rubbish. So if you can manage to get some like real people to play with, it's really fun. Really fun. Arbo, nice to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. You're hunting this exact shiny right now as well. That's awesome. Really cool. Do you know how many encounters you're at currently? Have you got more than me, or have you only just kind of started? Nice, Ryan. You're planning to do a shiny living dex for Shield, but over a long time. Yeah, I mean it will take you a long time, won't it? But yeah, good luck. Good luck. It's a good goal. Definitely a good goal to have. I think the only thing that puts me off shiny living dex is, well, other than the fact that it would be really difficult and it would take a long time, is that like I think I would feel weird every time I then got a new game. Do you know what I mean? So like I'd be like, oh, finally completed the living dex, and then Generation 10 would come out and I'd be like, oh, there's 200 more that I've got to get. Awesome. But maybe that would be fun. Maybe I'm just being grouchy. The AI are the worst, Xander. Yeah, they're not good. It's not good. That's why we're planning on doing all of us together when we do the Dynamax Adventures for the last hunt of the challenge, because I just don't think that I am going to be able to get it on my own. And it'll be fun having us all playing together. Oh, nice, Jane. I didn't realise that you're with Ryan. Lovely. That's awesome. Well, yeah, congrats on playing Sword. They're a very good set of games, and it's cool that you're both playing the same games at the same time as well. Scarlet was I played through Scarlet before. It's good, but it's good for shinies, but the performance of the game isn't very good. I feel like Sword and Shield function a lot better. I think I've trashed Scarlet a little bit over the years. But it's not that I dislike the game, it's more the lag and the performance. No clue you're bad at keeping track, probably around 1500 resets. That's fair. I mean, I never used to track encounters. I only really do it now because of the channel, but I will admit I kind of like doing it now. I used to track it more in time, so I would be like, say when I played Legends Arceus, I'd be like, oh, it took me 6 hours to find this shiny. Because I think that's quite good for viewers as well, because you can kind of, if I say it took me 3,000 encounters, that's not really, that doesn't tell you how long it took, whereas if I say to you, this took me 30 hours to find, you can be like, wow, I do not want to do that. Or maybe you do. But good luck, you're hoping for Sizzlipede. I think I'm going to get Sizzlipede. We've talked about this, but I want Vulpix, but I think I'm going to get Sizzlipede. Oh yeah. Driftblim trying to burn every single turn. Yeah, they're not very good, are they? Do you know what? I found Terror Raids a lot more difficult than Dynamax Adventures or Raid Dens as well. A lot more difficult when I played Scarlet. Like I feel like Raid Dens and Dynamax Adventures are a bit more balanced. Where yeah, the AI is terrible, but if you keep going, you probably will get to a point where you can beat them. But I do recall trying Terror Raids in Scarlet and Violet when I was doing the Shiny Challenge, and I had to get my Corviknight to like level 100 and give it some like vitamins and things, like max out its EVs. And even then with the AI, I was like really struggling to beat just regular Raid Dens, never mind the really good ones. So yeah, I'm much more of a fan of the Raid Dens and the Dynamax Adventures in Sword and Shield. But that's also probably just my what's the word? My stubbornness in not picking a Pokemon that was probably better for the Terror Raids. It's probably my fault. Yeah, the AI doesn't drain the timer, does it? It's a good point. Good point. Oh, Trick Room spam coupled with Icy Wind. Yeah, they do, don't they? They definitely do. So when I was doing the Scarlet one, I just needed... My last hunt of the challenge was I thought I would try out the shiny sandwiches because we'd beaten the game and we had access to all like the Herba Mystica stuff. And I just wanted to get one to see what it would be like to hunt Roaring Moon. And it took me... I remember it took me like ages to get the Herba Mystica. So I was then determined that I was just going to save, and if I didn't find the Roaring Moon in that sandwich, I would reset and make the same sandwich over and over again, so I didn't have to go through the raids anymore because they just annoyed me. I just didn't really like them. But then I remember I made one shiny sandwich and found a Roaring Moon straight away. Like if any of you do watch that video, I just let the final clip play out, and it's like I make the sandwich, and that was the first shiny sandwich I ever made as well. So I never even had to reset. But I just made it and then went straight down. That is a lot of messages from Crembo Game. You need a Selgor and a Escavalier. Somebody may be able to help you, but if not, you could check the GTS, or you could maybe put, if you've got Pokemon Home, put some Pokemon up for trade that you don't mind like losing, but have some sort of value, i.e. if you've got any duplicate shinies or anything like that, and then just somebody will trade you. I'm sure somebody will trade you one. Alright, okay, some raids drop more Herba, like Amoonguss and Dondozo. Nice. Well, but see, there you go. I suppose you need a lot of strategy. Which is good, to be fair. I'm not saying that's a bad thing by any means. I think I'm just... I kind of... With the raids... So battles I like strategizing for, but I think with the raids I'm more of like a... I just want to jump in. You know what I mean? I don't want to be like doing loads of prep work, which is... I guess probably just my own fault. That's not Scarlet and Violet's fault, that's mine. Yeah, good shout actually, Ryan. Yeah, Crembo, if you check out Discord, and I have actually got a section for trading on the server. But my server at the moment, there might not be many members because we have only just set it up. So you can either try there, or if you find like another server that's got like quite a lot of members on it, I'm sure somebody will trade them to you, no problem. Yeah, I don't know why I'm like that with the raids as well, because it does make... It's just the same as the battles, isn't it? You should just be able to prep for it and go in, but I think maybe... maybe my expectation was a little bit like Sword and Shield, where it was just like, you can just jump in and, you know, you can do a little bit of planning. Like, you can go, the type is poison, so I'm going to bring a ground type. But I feel like a lot of the raids in Scarlet and Violet are a bit more in-depth than that. It's like you've just said, Amoonguss has got Spore. So it's not just like, oh, you can just bring a fire type. It's like, you need to think a little bit more into it. I quite like the thought process for that in Dynamax Adventures though, because you get given these Pokemon, don't you? Like, they're all rentals. I like the idea of, you know, basically just going on that and taking rental Pokemon that have got certain abilities and got certain movesets, and you just learn which ones are going to work best, etc, etc. Yeah, good shout. Yeah, add in a Dynamax Adventure channel. I will do any... If anyone's got any suggestions at all on the Discord, please tell me, because I'm basically terrible with Discord. Like, I have no idea what I'm doing for the most part. So I've just set up a very basic server and I've set up basic channels. But if you've got any suggestions like that, absolutely, I will add them in. So Dynamax Adventure channel, I will do that. I think I've got one for like Party Up, which I've put in there, like, you know, a good place to party up for Dynamax Adventures, raid dens, anything like that. But if you want me to do specific ones, that's totally fine. I will do that. Yes, raids can be difficult given the Terra type as well. You're spot on. I think maybe it's the also like the fact that it's like timed, whereas Dynamax Adventures is like, take your time, analyze what you want to do. Terra raids are more like Pokemon Go, aren't they, where it's like quickly, like, attack as quick as you can. Should you get a Gigalith or Excadrill? You like both? I might be a bit biased for this question, but I love Excadrill, personally. It's a very cool Pokemon. And it would be very useful against Raihan, probably, because he likes setting up sandstorms. I'm pretty sure that isn't Excadrill's ability that it What is it? Is it faster in a sandstorm, or is it more evasiveness? Or something like that. Gigalith is a trade evolution, yeah, but maybe you can get it in like a raid or something? I'm not sure. It's a good point, yeah. So you've got a Pokemon that's one type, so people immediately think of the type that's strong against that, but then it's messed up because it's still got those moves. Totally understand that, totally agree. And I mean, Furry would be the same, wouldn't it? That would get bodied by steel types, steel type moves. Yeah, I think they're talking about. I think we're all talking about the Scarlet Violet raids, not Pokemon Go. I feel like Pokemon Go is probably a bit easier, isn't it? They always seem to go fairly well. Maybe a controversial opinion, but I am kind of looking forward to winter. It is, with the computer on and everything running, it is hot as heck in this room. I'm burning up a little bit. What's my favourite Pokemon from each type? It's a great question. I feel like I probably don't have a list, but I'm sure I can think of some that I like. So think of a specific type. What are some of my favourite Pokemon ever? Well, my favourite Pokemon is Gligar, so that covers flying or ground. What else do I really like? Some of my favourite Pokemon are Pokemon that we're going to be hunting in this challenge. It's a really good game for like having a lot of Pokemon in it. Tyrantrum, is it Archeops, Aerodactyl, like any of the fossil Pokemon I love, but that covers a lot of rock, flying kind of type Pokemon. Cradily for grass, love it. So I think, what else? Lantern for water. Electric, what would electric be? Electric, maybe like Zeb Striker. Yeah. I feel like there's just so many Pokemon that I like, but off the top of my head, I'm rubbish with questions like this. Like I always just my brain just goes blank. I'm like, So I tell you what, if you give me like a specific type, I'll be able to give you a better answer because my brain will then focus in on like the specifics, if that makes sense. A fellow winter enjoyer. I do like winter. I think don't get me wrong, it can get a little bit brutal when it's really cold. But I always think if you're really cold, it's pretty easy to warm up. If you're really hot, it's not easy to cool down. And that's my logic a lot of the time. So maybe come January, when we're on stream, you will see me with like a big dressing gown on or something. To keep warm. Scarlet Violet not having fossil Pokemon of its own is low-key a crime. I would agree. That is strange, for sure. Very strange. We should always have fossil Pokemon, shouldn't we? We should always have them. Ryan, have you got any Pokemon that you like your favourites from different types? Do I play any other game? Yeah. I've played a lot of games over the years. I used to play a lot of when I was in high school and stuff, and like all my friends used to play games. I used to play a lot of like Call of Duty and FIFA because that's what we were all into. But I love a lot of single player games, so I like Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 are some of my favourite games ever. They're really good. I quite like Fallout, all of the Fallout games. The Spider-Man 1 and 2, sorry, I haven't played 2, but 1 and Miles Morales on the PlayStation, brilliant. Really good games. Star Wars, Jedi Survivor, Battlefront. Not Jedi Survivor, I haven't played that one, I've played Fallen Order. Because this is the problem, now I've got the channel, I haven't had as much time to play games outside of the videos. You know, because big story games tend to take so long to complete, don't they, that I just haven't had time, but maybe in future I'll get back to it. Do you play any other games? Or even, mobile games as well? I don't play any mobile games, but I have done in the past, for sure. Like, I used to play this Jurassic World one that was not the alive one, not the one that's like Pokemon Go. It was like a battle kind of. You would collect them. I think it was just called Jurassic World, the game. I used to play that a little bit. Which ties in nicely with Not Ask's question. Yes, I'm very much still into Jurassic Park. I love it. I adore Jurassic Park. I'm currently reading the second book still. I'm about halfway through that. They're fantastic. I've read both of them like 5 times. Really good. If you think the films are good, the books are really good. Really good. Nice, you like Red Dead Redemption 2 as well. It's a cracking game, isn't it? So honestly, so good. So good. So yeah. What about you guys? Like, have you got any games that you like playing other than Pokemon? Oh yeah, Rachel. Jurassic Park was based on books. So Michael Crichton wrote Jurassic Park and Jurassic Park: The Lost World, and both of those were made into films. But Jurassic Park 3 was just its own thing, and then the Jurassic World films are just their own thing. But the first 2 films came from the books, but the books are considerably different to the films. So yeah. If you like Jurassic Park, honestly, the books are not expensive now, but you can get them. They're so good. I would highly recommend them. They're about 400 pages each, so they're not like a really super long read, but they're not really short either. They're a nice length. Wow, we're nearly at 3,000 encounters. Damn. This is nuts. Very nice. Good. There's some. Don't worry, I was the same. As soon as you asked me, I was like, "Oh no, I can't remember." If I've got time to think about it and write it all down, I'll give you a great answer. But I think like whenever I'm on the spot with a question, my brain just goes like, "We're deleting everything you've remembered up to until this point in your life. We're going to make you absolutely useless for this question." Thanks, brain. But yeah, Tinkaton for Furry, that's a great choice. Hisuian Arcanine, oh, it's such a good Pokemon. It's one of my favourites ever. Really cool. Really cool. Crocodile's brilliant. Landorus, amazing. Yeah. I feel like I've got a mix of... I've got Pokemon that I never used to like, but now love. I've got Pokemon that I've always loved. Like, I've always loved Gligar, Cyndaquil, Lucario, Garchomp. You know, those are like all Pokemon that have always been top in my head. But then there are Pokemon that I used to really dislike, and now for some reason I love them. We were talking the other day about Maractus. I like Maractus now. I like Chestnut. Quite like Reuniclus. Who I never used to. It's sad if you're a fan of a book and then it gets a movie that just ignores. Yeah, I do agree with that, and I think it's difficult sometimes because obviously a book can cram so much more into it than a movie can. But I think the first Jurassic Park is a really good example of, like, they took the book and the concept and they made a really good film out of it. And there are aspects of the book is still very different to the film, but not in like places where it necessarily matters. It's just different things happen. Like, I mean, I can spoil some of it for you if you want, but I don't want to at the same time. Like, if you were planning on reading them, then I'll keep quiet. As for games you don't play too many, but you're waiting for GTA 6, nice. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I feel like definitely the older I've got, the less I've played. But that's more like in... Well, I say that, but I play a lot for the channel, so I suppose that's a lie. I didn't mean to lie, but I suppose it is. I guess playing games for the channel does feel different to just playing games nowadays, because it's not like it's hard work or anything, but it's... I a lot of the time now will think, what should I do tonight? Should I keep playing Pokemon and keep, progressing in the video and the challenge, or should I just like chill and play some Rocket League or something like that? And if I ever do go and sit and play Rocket League, I'll just sit there thinking, I don't want to do this. I want to go and play Pokemon. I want to go and progress in the video. So I do understand. But GTA 6, it's been so long, hasn't it? Since GTA 5 first came out. GTA 5 came out when I was in high school. And not even in the last year of high school, maybe like year 10. It's like 15 years ago or something at this point. It's been so long. GTA 5 came out on the Xbox 360. That's how old it is. It's wild, isn't it? And you play a bit of UFC as well. What's UFC like? I imagine it's quite fun. Quite a good game to play. Probably a lot better than FIFA. And then you play Pokemon Go and Clash of Clans on your phone. I used to play a little bit of Clash of Clans, but I was rubbish at it. But yeah, I still play a bit of Pokemon Go every now and again. It's still fun. Still fun. And Pokemon Go seems a little bit more like one of those games where you can jump back in and still enjoy it. Whereas I think sometimes with games like Clash of Clans, you get to a certain point where it's the progression is very incremental, isn't it? You've kind of got to wait for more lives for a long time, and it takes a long time for all your troops and stuff to reset and stuff. Whereas Pokemon Go, you can kind of, if there's a community day on, you can kind of just jump in and try and find a shiny and play it and not really notice if you've not been playing for a while. So that's pretty cool. Maractus is such a silly Pokemon. Yeah, you always forget about it. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I used to very much dislike it, but I love it now. I do like it now. I don't know why, but I just do. Soon we'll be at 3,000. You're spot on. 21 more encounters. Pretty mad because we're only on Thursday. On Tuesday, I started at 1,221 encounters. Sorry, I've still got like mini hiccups. Yeah, so we've done like nearly 1,800 encounters over the last 3 days. So we're making really good progress. Really good progress. GTA 5 came out a month before Pokemon X. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? Let's think of all the Pokemon games we've had since then. So we've had Oras, came out after X. Then we had Sun and Moon. Then we had Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Then we had Let's Go. Then Sword and Shield. Legends Arceus. Scarlet Violet. Am I missing any? That's seven Pokemon games since GTA 5 came out. And that's not even counting any I've missed. I've probably missed one or two. Hey Sir Black, how are you doing? We are doing very good, thank you, but we have not found the shiny yet. We're still going. But nice to see you again. And yeah, welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, BDSP, I forgot about BDSP, you're right. So 8 Pokemon games since GTA 5, that is nuts. Yeah, I understand that, Ryan, because EA definitely just copy and paste. I used to like... I used to play a lot of FIFA. Every year I would buy FIFA and I would play it despite EA's horrific microtransaction policies and stuff. And you just kind of, after a while, it's like... I don't know, you get to a point where you just think, why am I buying this? You know, EA... FIFA in particular used to do this thing where like I would get the game every year and I'd go, oh, it actually feels quite different. This seems like a good game. And then by Christmas they would have like patched it and it just felt like the same old FIFA, if not worse than the year before. So yeah, I agree with that. But the Clash of Clans thing's cool, that you got all your friends on it, you've been playing it for years. I imagine it's very satisfying once you've been playing it for so long, because you've just got so much invested in it. So that's great. Thanks, Seb Black. Good luck to you too as well, hunting for Tapu Koko on Dynamax Adventures. Nice. Good luck. That's a good one to go for. Really good one to go for. Human is currently buried in cats while sorting your Pokemon boxes out. I bet that is actually very difficult to do when you've got cats sort of vying for your attention. I feel like I'm rubbish at organising my boxes when I have no distractions. Never mind when I've got distractions. Yeah, I can imagine. It is. I think that's part of that's partly why I've never really got into mobile games, because I do see some people who I like watching. I used to. I don't get the chance to watch him as much anymore, but I used to like watching the Gaming Beaver, and he would do like a lot of dinosaur content, but he would play the Jurassic World game that I talked about earlier, and that's a little bit like Clash of Clans, not in the same sense, but it's like collecting all the dinosaurs is very grindy and it takes so long. And I think sometimes you kind of like, it can take so long that you just, it's like, oh, I don't want to get started on that. The Roly-Coly that you've just found with the yellow aura effect around it, it's called a Brilliant Aura Pokemon. So basically, it's guaranteed, like, I think it's guaranteed like 4 perfect IVs, so it's going to be a good Pokemon. Or something like that. And if you've got more, if you've knocked out a lot of species of that Pokemon, you'll get an increased like shiny chance on it as well. So yeah, if you ever see the yellow aura effect around it, it's a good one to catch, but it's also a good one to just encounter and just double check if you've got that boosted shiny luck. But you do have to have knocked out quite a lot of them. I think it's like 500 to get the shiny odds, so there you go. Yes, the RNG does matter a lot on Dynamax Adventures solo, doesn't it? I imagine it's very, very difficult to do on your own. Oh nice, you found some random shinies like Alchemy and Sondaconda. Both of those are very good shinies as well. Very good shinies. I imagine when we do Dynamax Adventures, I'm going to find quite a lot of random shinies because I want to get a shiny legendary, and I'm probably not going to stop the I'm not going to finish the Dynamax Adventures hunt till we've got a legendary, so we probably will find quite a few. So it's got 2 max IVs guaranteed. It can know egg moves and Watts as well. Human, you have an exceptional memory for Pokemon. Exceptional. Well, there you go. If you're ever unsure as well, Ryan, if you've got like, just say the stream's not on or something like that, you can ask in Discord. But also, if you go to our website, I've been using it for years, and I mean like literally like 15, 20 years by this point. It's called Serebii. So it's SEREBII.net. But if you just type in Serebii on Google, it'll come up. You can go into each like video game for Pokemon, but it's got loads of stuff on there, like anime and all sorts of things. But it will display all the different video games, and you can click on one, and you can basically find out all the information about it. So it will tell you like the shiny hunting mechanics for Sword and Shield, and it will tell you the different types like Dynamax Adventures, Brilliant Aura, etc. It's really good, really good. So if you ever need to answer any questions but none of us are around, Serebii is a very reliable bet. When Pokemon Go was popular with the local kids, they called you the Professor. Professor Human. Well, you're very deserving of the title, I must say. Every time there's a question on stream, I get it half right, and then Human gets it 100% right. So, very well done. See, a lot of people recommend Serebii. It's brilliant, isn't it? It's so good. I know there's other types, like there's like Bulbapedia, and I have used like some of the other ones, but Serebii is just, it's got everything, and it's like never wrong as well. Never wrong. I've never been on Serebii and been like, that's not right. I've definitely not had that experience. Like, it's just always been perfect for me. Yeah, you mainly use Serebii and Smogon. I don't think I've used Smogon as much, but that's probably because, like you've said, like moves and stats and things like that. Smogon's really good for competitive kind of side, isn't it? But yeah, so another good one for sure. I don't stream every day. No, I've only just started streaming actually. About 2 weeks ago. I usually make long videos on Pokemon, but Not ask, you cheeky person. Thank you so much. For 3,000 encounters? Oh, thanks. Thanks so much. You're amazing. I'm spamming this for you. Thank you so much. That is so kind. But as you are absolutely correct, the poll, unfortunately, the people who voted no and left were correct. We didn't find it in 3,000. But the stream's not over. We've got an hour and 15 minutes left. I'm going to end the poll because it's no longer relevant. But there's still time, guys. There's still time. Now you've jinxed it. Don't worry, it's okay. Okay. This is good, in a way, because we're in the final stretch. It could be any moment now that we find this shiny. It really could be any moment. So, let's stay positive, okay? We've got an hour and 15 minutes left. We could find it today. If we don't find it today, we'll find it next week. We'll get it. The next one is the one that we really don't want to go over odds, because the next one is Vespiquen, and it's a soft reset. So I do not want that to take a long time. I would rather this one take a long time, but not Vespiquen. Please, God, no. On the bright side, it'll be Masuda method after Vespiquen. So even if Vespiquen does take like a month to find, then hopefully the Masuda method will be really quickly after a really quick hunt after that. But we see. Sorry, Ryan, I got distracted by Not Ask's amazing act of kindness with the donation. So thank you again, Not Ask, so much. It really does mean a lot. But yeah, Ryan, I don't stream every day because I also work. So YouTube's not like it's not my job, and streaming's not my job. I would love it to be one day, but right now it's not. So I just stream as and when I can, you know. But I am streaming like probably like 2 or 3 times a week for the most part, where I can. So if you are subscribed, you will see me streaming fairly often, and I will also still be doing the long form videos. So when we finish this challenge after the streams, I'll make a big Pokemon Shield, but I can only use Shinies video, so that's something to look forward to as well. But I am trying to schedule in my streams as well, so that you guys have got like at least as much notice as I can give you, because I don't always know whether I'm going to be able to stream or not. But in instances where I can, I try and like schedule it in, so that you've got a bit of time to prepare, or you know, you're like, oh, wait for a stream tonight, I'll join. So over 3,000 encounters. I'm trying to think back to my Brilliant Diamond video and how many hunts actually went over 3,000 encounters. I don't think there was many. Spiritomb I got in 3015. I think maybe my shiny Magikarp was 3,128 or something like that. I don't think there was many other than that, you know. I think the rest of them might have all been under 3,000 encounters. So yeah. So I guess we shall see. Oh, that's awesome. I'm really glad that you did as well. It's been very nice having you on stream. It's been very nice having you all on stream, you know. I've had a lot of fun doing it. I'm very glad that I committed and bought the equipment and stuff, because it's so much more fun streaming and chatting to you all than it is just sitting here in a dark room, like some sort of like, I don't know, guy that's being kept here to shiny hunt Pokemon against his will, just huddled in the corner binge watching television shows because he's got nothing else to do while he's shiny hunting. This is much more fun. Much more fun. But I'm very, do you know what as well, I'm very glad that you joined through the Scarlet challenge as well, because I don't think that's one of my videos that didn't get like as many views, so it's nice to hear that people joined through that and enjoyed it. I know certainly a lot of my subs have probably come from Arceus or Let's Go Pikachu. Brilliant Diamond is getting up there, but yeah, Scarlet is sort of still sitting around 50k views, so it's one of my lesser sort of videos. So it's nice to hear that. I always enjoy hearing people like come from videos like that, or from maybe like the Shield baby only run, things like that. It's pretty cool. That's so nice, Seblack, thank you. That's really nice. I'm glad that you like my channel. That means a lot. Because I there was a time when I really wanted to do YouTube, but I thought, I don't know if I'm going to be like able to do it or not. So it's really good. Oh, you evolved your Totodile. Very nice. Not ask. What are you up to now? Are you did you say you passed the second gym? It's only just past 10. Are you like an adult? I know, even I'm not tired. And that is saying something, because I am literally always tired. But maybe the coffee from earlier is still keeping me awake. Well, thank you very much. I'm really glad that you all like my channel. It's awesome. Right, okay, so it was when YouTube started to recommend a lot. It's funny, isn't it? Sometimes, like, I get that as well. I go through phases where, like, I'll get recommended a lot of videos that have got a lower amount of views. But I'm not really sure what the rationale behind it is. But it is nice, because sometimes you find these, like, I'm not saying my channel is this, but sometimes you do find channels where you're like, oh, this is awesome. Yes, you are right. I am an hour behind. So maybe I will be tired at past 10. Maybe I spoke too soon. You're right. I'm a fraud. I'm saying that I'm not tired, but I'm behind. Damn. I thought for once I wasn't an old man, but you're right. It's only 20 past 9 here. There's still plenty of time for me to be tired. But it's nice because I'm working from home again tomorrow, so at least I know that I don't have to get up super early and go in the office. That's always a bonus, you know. Nice, Ryan. Well, thank you. I hope you enjoy it. To be fair, the Scarlet video is like a beast. It's like an hour and 20 minutes long because it just got away from me. But there's a lot of like badges and stuff, isn't there, in Scarlet? So it's kind of like it does take quite a while to get through. And then I also really liked the story because I was like, I want to put in bits about the story, and I caught like 30 shinies in that video, so it was a real beast. Well, thank you, Not Ask. I'm really glad that you like it. I'm thoroughly enjoying streaming, and you know, having you all there and chatting to you and seeing you all. It's awesome. So much fun. What is not fun is that we are past 3,000 encounters, and I do not have my shiny. But other than that, lots of fun. Thank you very much, Razio. I really appreciate that. And like I said, you're all awesome too. Having lots of fun. Are we actually up to 13 viewers? That's awesome. That may be a channel record for streams. Brilliant. Well, people, if we, for us having a record, it might be a very good time to have that record because, you know, we've got an hour left of stream, but we're entering a period of time where the shiny could literally appear at any moment. I know it could always appear at any moment, but, you know, in my head, I'm saying we're going to get it in 4,096 encounters. So we're in the final stretch, we're 3/4 of the way through. So it could be any time. It really could. I'm not sure. Anderson and I think, to be fair, Demi is in a country where the time is so far behind that they can't make it to streams on a weekday. So I think Demi catches up a little bit later. But, you know, again, if people are busy, like, and you can't make the stream, that's okay. It's not a big, you know, it's not anyone's fault. It's just you're busy. Got better things to be doing than watching my stream. And Anderson, there you go. Due to a tragic case of American, I think that's the case as well. But yeah, time zones suck, don't they? A little bit, because yeah, I can only do it at this time because I can't stream at like 2 o'clock in the morning. But then it also means that a good lot of people miss out. But then at the same time, if I streamed at 2 o'clock in the morning, you guys would miss out. So it's just a bit unlucky. But weekends, I'm sure we'll all get together. We are in the future, yes. Technically, for Demi. Demi will be watching this now, freaking out. Because we're talking about them. Are we? Are we in the future? We are the future. Well, it's a bit sad to see that in the future, I have not found the shiny 3030. It is the year 3030. I am still in the Motostoke Gym, and I have not found my shiny. Do you remember the other day when we were talking about the poor announcer having to constantly say, oh god, is the Wayfarer going to end this gym challenge with 0 points? He's now said it 3,031 times. Oh, 3333. Yes, I like that prediction. That would be cool. That would be very cool. 3333. That's what you think. The real shinies were the friends we found along the way. I love that, like, saying. It's brilliant. Well, no offense to you guys, but I do also want the shiny. You are some awesome friends that I have met along the way, but I still want the shiny. Is it a personal question? I don't know whether it would count as a personal question or not. But Is it that? I don't know. I feel like you can tell by my tone what the answer is, basically, without me saying it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know why I'm being cagey as well, but I don't know. I feel like I maybe wouldn't have been cagey, but because you said it's a personal question, and if I don't want to answer it, it's understandable. Now my brain's thinking, should I answer this question? Should I not answer this question? But yeah, I think what I will say is this. So, and this is public information, so everyone can obviously see this, but to get into the YouTube partner program, you need 1,000 subscribers and you need 4,000 watch hours. And what I will say is that my videos have got quite a lot of views on them by this point. I think I'm at like maybe like 1.3 million views like total for all my videos, and some of them are very long videos, you know, the an hour long for Scarlet or an hour for BDSP. So I've got quite a lot of watch hours basically. So yeah. Great question. What is the story behind the name Wayfarer? You will probably like the answer to this, to be fair. So, the story behind the name Wayfarer is I used to have a channel for like dinosaurs basically and Jurassic Park. And I made videos on like Jurassic World Evolution, and I played like dinosaur related games, and I did like Jurassic Park movie reviews and things like that. It was a terrible channel, but it helped me to learn how to edit videos and things like that. So it was useful, really useful. And then I kind of got to a point where I was like, listen, I don't want to just limit myself to one thing. Because while I like Jurassic Park, I kind of dip in and out of it. Sometimes I'll watch the films, and then sometimes I'll be like, I just want to do something else. Okay? So, I got to a point where I didn't want to do that channel anymore. And I made a new channel, and I was like, right, well, what do I want to do with this channel? I want to make videos about whatever I want to make videos about. So, my original idea was, for this channel, was that I would basically play all kinds of different games, and I would go to different worlds. So like, if I played a Fallout game and I did a specific challenge, I would be in that world, and then I would go to maybe the Outer Worlds, and I would like do a video on that, and I would be in a different world. Now the definition of Wayfarer basically is someone who travels from place to place primarily on foot. And I thought, well, in every game that you play, for the most part, you are kind of just like walking around on foot, aren't you? So I thought that suited. And then I got the little spaceman helmet thing, because I was like, well, I'm going to be travelling from different worlds, 2 different worlds basically. So that was the idea behind the channel. And then I started playing games, like I played Star Wars Battlefront 2, and I played Jurassic World Evolution, and I think I did a video on like the campaign for Call of Duty as well, like World at War. And then I decided that I wanted to do a Pokemon challenge. I just wanted to do like a shiny only run, because I'd always wanted to do that. And I did my Let's Go Pikachu video, and then that just blew up. And I actually really enjoyed doing that video, so I was like, well, if people like that, and I like this, I'm enjoying it, why don't I do Legends Arceus, because that's like one of my favourite Pokemon games. And then that blew up. And I was like, well, I'm still really enjoying this, so I think I'm just going to keep doing this. So the channel's original goal of me doing all kinds of different games and travelling to different worlds became basically playing Pokemon games, and I'm loving it. I'm having a really good time with it, so that's the origin behind the name Wayfarer. Sorry for the very long story, but basically that's it. But yeah, sorry, I wasn't saying that the name question was a personal story or anything. I was saying it because Not Ask asked me about the monetization on streams, and I was thinking, I don't want to answer that one way or the other, personally. But like I said, I think, well, it sounds like I've confused you, but what I'm trying to say is I'm guessing by me not answering, I am still somewhat answering. If that makes any sense. Got an hour left. I wonder how many encounters we're going to get to in this final hour. So how many we started on? 2,500. So we've done 550 almost. Almost. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it was just it's just interesting how it's changed, because it had one meaning and now it's kind of just got a totally, that meaning's gone, but it still kind of fits. I like the design of my channel sort of thing. I do think it's worked out well. What's yours based on, Seblag? An hour left. Oh god, are you really tired? If you're really tired, go to sleep. Don't worry about staying on the stream. You don't gotta stay on at all. I feel like Not Ask is actually, yeah, I feel like he's really struggling, and I feel bad. So listen, if you need to go to sleep, go to sleep. I know it's late. Don't worry about it. I feel the tiredness basically every minute of every day, so I understand. Nice, yours is based on a character in your favourite book series. That's pretty cool though. I like that. I like that a lot. You do, yeah, you do walk around a lot playing Pokemon. You're right, yeah. I suppose it still fits, doesn't it? Yeah. Travels from place to place on foot. But it's funny because if I've tried to like see if I if I YouTube what my name is, does it show my channel yet? And it doesn't really. It's like a lot of other kind of like travel like channels or things like that from what I've been able to see. True, you could miss the shiny in this last hour. That is spot on. That is a dilemma. Ooh. Well, if it's any consolation, it may not run till 10:30. It may be 10:15 kind of finish to the stream, or something like that. It might not be really late, you know? That's awesome. That's a really good... I like that nickname though. That you invented, you just invented something on the spot, but it's something that you still use. You know what I mean? That's pretty cool. Some of the nicknames I came up with as a kid were just rubbish, so at least yours is good. Yours is like a quite a cool name, you know? Yes, I know it is. I know it is 10:30 where you guys are, to be fair. So that's what I'm saying. If you're tired and you need to get off, don't worry about it. I'm just saying that here it's 25 to 10. It may not be a 10:30 finish for me. It may be 15:15, which would be 40 minutes away ish. So we'll see. So you like unintentionally nicknamed yourself after like an Indonesian dish. That's brilliant. But I like the way that you've done that, Seb, and then Black. But like, I don't know, like it's because I know what you mean. It's a good idea, but then it also sounds really unique. Do you know what I mean? So I wouldn't have guessed that was what you'd put together. I think it's pretty cool. Mr. Worldwide over here. You'll fall asleep and I'll hurry the shiny and you'll hate yourself. Or maybe I'll get so tired and I will run away from the shiny and make a fool of myself live on stream for everyone to see. Well, if it's any consolation, I would 100% rather you stay on and us not find the shiny than you go off and I find it. But I also want you to not be like struggling through, because I know when you're just like super tired and you're just ready for bed, it's painful trying to stay up and watch something. Especially this, because I'm not saying I'm boring, but I am saying that I'm doing the same thing over and over again, aren't I? So you're probably like watching it and it's probably like, it's like difficult to keep awake. I'm definitely going to start drinking coffee before every stream that we do, because it has genuinely kept me sane, I think. I can't believe how awake I am for 20 to 10. That's the old man in me talking. Although the heat in this room is probably also keeping me awake, because the computer and the light and the monitor and the switch, I'm in like a little basically I'm in like a little box room in my house. So it's a small room. The heat builds really quickly, and I've got the door shut so that I keep the noise, just like the background noise, to a minimum. So it is hot in here. Time to transition to ASMR stream. To be honest, right? So I have got my microphone just here, just off screen. I don't know how the setup is for it. I'm trying to talk slightly quieter than I usually would, because we're getting to that time of night where I think maybe I don't want to be too loud. But I don't know how it sounds. Do I have an ASMR voice if I do this? Or does it just sound terrible? It probably sounds terrible. I mean, does anybody else actually like get ASMR? Because I definitely get that, but not like not on stream. It's not on obviously not on stream. Not on YouTube. So like if I watch like someone doing an ASMR stream, nothing. But if I go to like the opticians or the library, major ASMR. I think for me it's like when a room is quiet and someone's like talking in the room. It's bizarre, isn't it? It's bizarre the way it works, but I definitely get it. Get some fireplace sounds in the background and flip the pit. Do you know what's funny as well is when I like read my Jurassic Park books or any books, I usually put like a fireplace on in the background, or I'll put sort of an ambience video on in the background. It's very nice to read while you've got that kind of stuff on. You get it too, Ryan? You love the opticians purely for that. Yeah, 100%. It's mad. And I remember I've been in the opticians before, and they've asked me a question, and obviously like I've just been so ASMR'd up that I've just said something like really stupid because I'm not really like concentrating. My brain's turned to mush while I'm just sat in the chair. Like they've said something like, right, you're going to see a red light and a green light. When you see the red light, I want you to tell me which one looks better, number 1 or number 2. And I've seen the red light and they've gone, which one was better? And I've gone, red. Like, no, I need you to tell me 1 or 2. Oh, sorry. I wasn't even listening, to be honest. But yeah, there you go. I think it's, do you know what it is? I think it's, maybe I'm wrong with this, but maybe it's just because people don't talk about it, do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't bother me, because I'll just kind of say, I'm not bothered, I'm just like, listen, that is how I feel. I go to the opticians, it's relaxing as hell, it's so nice. But I feel like there's a lot of people who'd be like, what are you talking about? But they do feel like that as well. But yeah, 100%. Not Ask has probably already fallen asleep listening to this conversation about all this relaxing stuff. I'm trying to think of other places that fall into this category. Opticians, library. Sometimes if I go to, say I go to pick up food from like a restaurant, and it's usually like an Indian restaurant or something, and like nobody's really in, and it's quiet, and there's like, they've got like music on in the background, but it's not really loud. Major. Right, I think that's officially... Oh no, it's not, it's not. Sorry, I'm thinking of the other stream. I was going to say that's officially like 600, but it's not. 3,100 will be 600 encounters. Nearly there though. Nearly there. Watching Optician ASMR on TikTok is very relaxing. Yes. See, I don't get it as much from weirdly from like people who are trying to be like that. But if it's like if it's a video of like a real optician, yeah, then yeah, I will. Do you know what I mean? It's bizarre because like it's like my brain like knows. It's like this isn't real, so it's not really grabbing me. But Raziel lying in bed at night and it's raining 100%. 100%. It's very good. We're all getting sleepy, aren't we? I've picked a terrible topic to talk about. Actually, no, it was Human. You started it actually with the time to transition to the ASMR stream. But yeah, good. Very good call, Raziel, yeah. Lying in bed at night, it's raining, you can hear it on the windows. That's super relaxing. Definitely get a bit of ASMR from that. Apparently you get it less and less as you get older, which is rubbish. But it's not quite worn off for me, really, I don't think. Oh, no. Human, I'm so sorry. I love the positive attitude, at least. You've still got your sense of humour, do you know what I mean? So for anybody who is wasn't around the other day when we were talking about it, because Human is basically has been on for all my streams. So we've talked a lot, haven't we, about different stuff, but at the minute they've got a horrific situation sort of outside the house where they have to strip up all the road and like replace it, so they're doing a lot of roadworks, but they can't do it in the day because it's the only road that's like in and out of town, so they have to do it at night. It's like, oh, so at like 2 o'clock in the morning there's like sounds of heavy machinery going on outside the house. It's just terrible. Thankfully not as many scraping asphalt sounds at the minute. That's good. It's getting a little bit better. You get a lot of cats fighting about the territory in your neighbourhood. That's is there quite a lot as well? Because imagine if that is the kind of, if that's going on, I imagine you hear quite a lot of cats out and about. Thankfully, I live on a pretty quiet street for the most part. Nothing really happens around here. Yeah, which is odd because I would say I live in like quite a, it's like near a town and there's quite a lot of houses and a lot of people and things like that. But for some reason, my street is just quite nice and quiet, which is good because Bucky consistently barks at anything that is like passing by or going on. So if we lived on a busier street, I think it would be chaos here in the Wayfarer household. Could be feral kids picking fights with each other. The street that I live on is a really funny kind of place because, so me and wife have never heard anything going on, right? For us it's always quiet, always seems really quiet. But then I hear from other people things that happened, things that have happened on the street, and you're like, what? I didn't know that happened at all. Like apparently someone, there's like a pub near my house. It's not a brilliant pub, to be honest. It's kind of like, it's a bit rough. And apparently somebody got stabbed in there last year. I was like, what? I've never heard of that. Apparently somebody's car got set on fire on our street. And that was while we were definitely while we were living here, but I never heard a thing. And then the other week there was if you live in a quiet neighbourhood, you are the noisy neighbour. Oh, you're probably right, given that it's 10 to 10 and I'm still talking. Now I really am going to go into ASMR mode because you have made me doubt my volume levels. Yeah, I'm sure the other week there was like a police helicopter, and there was like little bits of like parts that had been closed off, and the police helicopter was genuinely really low. Like I looked out the window and it was honestly like maybe the height of a house above our house, or the houses around near us. So yes, loud whispering, so that I can't be blamed, hopefully. maybe you mistook the burning car for the fireplace, or maybe we went to sleep too many times with the fireplace ASMR on, and we could just hear the screams. Put it out! Put it out! Oh god! But yeah, it's crazy sometimes what happens around you. You just don't even know. You just don't even know. You are right, Raziel, as well. Yeah, maybe if we lived in a louder place, you would get used to it. You are right, yeah. Maybe, to be fair. Although I have seen Instagram reels of some places, some people who've got Dachshunds, where the Dachshund just barks at everything. Even, like, and they live on, like, a louder street, so I almost don't want to risk it. Oh. That's brilliant. Man, this update is wild. I can almost feel the flames. That's brilliant. Oh. Oh, do you know what, that's funny, but now you do have me slightly paranoid that if we do have a fire in the house, I will not awaken. Because my brain will be going, don't worry, it's just the TV. There is a UK show, it's really funny. I don't know if it'll be as funny for other countries because I don't know how it translates, but it's called The IT Crowd, and there is a bit in that where basically it's like these three people who work in an IT department, right? And there's this scene where like there's a fire in the office, like on one of the desks, and the boss comes in, and they have like a broken computer, and to hide the fire they just put the broken computer in front of the fire and make it look like it's a screensaver. That's kind of what I'm picturing. No, of course we have fire alarms, but I just I mean, if I slept through the car on fire on the street, maybe I would also sleep through a fire alarm. Slightly paranoid now. But no, yeah, we definitely got fire alarms. It would not have them, because it'd just be way too dangerous. You see, that's what I mean, Ryan. That's what I was thinking as well. If I slept through it, if I slept through that, I could sleep through that as well. Good job that it was just a test. It's wild, isn't it? Sometimes what we will sleep through. Oh, really? You have to analyse it. That's really cool. That you have to. Well, if you ever get the chance to watch the rest of it, it's well worth watching. It's so funny. It's brilliant. Have you ever heard of Matt Berry? He's brilliant in that. He also does What We Do in the Shadows, which is like that vampire show. But yeah, he's hilarious in the IT Crowd. But they all are, to be fair. It's a brilliant show. There you go. Yeah, sometimes you fell asleep through that. Oh god. Oh yeah, not ask. We found it. We found the shiny. I'm so sorry. You missed it. We're just carrying on for a little bit. We have got it, but we're just carrying on for a little bit longer. And I'm only joking. I can't keep it going anymore. I don't want to be mean. You've not missed it. But I can't believe you woke back up after falling asleep. Was it all the ASMR talk that did it? Yeah, I know what you mean when it starts getting to that point when you're like, oh, it's gonna run out soon. I think mine are very like, once they need the batteries changing, they just don't show up. So it's not just complaining, it's like you couldn't not change the batteries right now because it's just too annoying. I do remember the episode with Street Countdown and Moss. Yeah, he you know the guy who plays Wong in Doctor Strange and Infinity War and Endgame and the rest of the Marvel stuff. He was in that, wasn't he? Brilliant, the Street Countdown with the all of that. He goes to that like club and all like the geeks are like really popular because they've all won Countdown. They're looking for the next big challenge, which is Street Countdown. It's like Countdown, but we play it on the street. It's brilliant. Oh, this is just a great show. Oh yeah, you're right, human. Not Ask was woke by the fire alarm. That's what it was. Of course it was. Of course it was. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for scaring you. I just had to give you a little bit of a tease that we'd found it, but we've not found it. We're still going. 4.5 hours into the stream we are. It does not feel like it. It's gone very quickly. Thank you all very much for joining. It's been a lot of fun. I think I'm going to go to 3,125 encounters, okay? So not half 10, I'm sorry, but I'm getting really hot in this room, I'm not going to lie. It's getting a bit unbearable. So I think I'm going to go to 3,125 and then we will end the stream. We are what? What do you mean? What? No problem, Christine. Thank you. Thanks very much for coming joining. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and yes, I wish you the really good luck for the rest of your hunt. But thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, human. Yes, Not Ask needs to sleep. I need to sleep. You need to sleep. It's been, it's been a lot of fun. But yeah, we're 4.5 hours in to the stream. It's gone by again so quickly, just like that. It was a great episode. I'm assuming that's the one you reviewed for the class. You're glad I said 3,125 because I'm getting it on 3,121. Exciting. I hope so. Good prediction. If you get this right now, you'll be going in the video. That's for sure. As the man who predicted. Humans saying 3,124. Let's see. Oh no, don't worry, don't be sorry. I'm very glad that we found some shinies on stream for you guys, and I'm sure I'll get mine. I used up all my luck with Rookidee and Tyrogue, so I can't complain. I cannot complain. Oh god. Update on the roadwork ASMR, your windows have started to gently vibrate. That is terrible. I think I'm actually starting to get handache from gripping the controller. This is crazy. That's how long the hunt's been going on for. going on video as the guy who won the RNG. Who won the lottery. Oh god. That is actually seriously concerning, because it means that you can't even relax. Can you? You're trying to just sit down. And the roadworks are ruining that. What are they? Are your cats okay? Are they doing alright during this? Because I imagine that's probably a little bit distressing for them as well. These bloody road people. Actual public menaces. Free massage couch. That's a good point. I suppose it is. So maybe they're not public menaces, maybe they are saviours. Providing a service. Oh good, I'm glad your cats are nice and chill. Free massage couch. Right, so if Ryan is correct, the next one would be, the next shiny is going to be the next encounter. You can tell I'm getting tired because that didn't make any sense. The next encounter will be the shiny if Ryan is correct, and it would be a Vulpix, which is exactly what I wanted. Is it going to be the shiny? Not quite. Not quite. But it was a good guess, Ryan. It was a good guess. Human is still in the mixer to get this right with 3124. Does anybody want to put any final guesses in for these last three? I love doing this. Spin. Imagine if it had been 3122. That would have been agonising. Raziel says 3123. I can leave it in the video as a tease. Do you mean I could cut the stream short now for 3124 until next time? I don't feel like I could. So Ryan's going to stick with human at 3124. Raziel 3123 wasn't it. But another good guess still. 3124. This is it. No. No, I'm so sorry. It's funny because we've actually started the guesses, and now we want the guesses to be more right than actually getting the shiny. Right, 3125 now. I am actually gonna go for one more. We're gonna go for 3126 because as much as I don't like doing it on I do like doing it on an even number, but you know what I like even more? I like finishing the 3 and starting back in the middle at number 1. So I'm gonna do one more. One more. You meant 3131. Well, that'll be next stream. So there was 3126. Unfortunately, no shiny today, guys. But we gave it a really good go, and I think we had a lot of fun this stream, didn't we? This was just thanks so much. I'm having the best time. I really want you to know that. I'm having a bloody great time. Yeah, at least you won't have to worry about being that kid that turned into a Kadabra. Yeah, thank you all so much. I've had a great time again, and hopefully now, next stream probably will be next week because I'm a bit busy this weekend, but probably we've got to get it next stream, haven't we? We've got to. We're nearly at full odds. It's got to be next stream. I'm going to double down and say it will be next stream. I've got a feeling it's got to be. But yeah, thanks so much, everyone. Obviously, I will probably... the Discord server is there, so if you want to join it and you want to chat to me and stuff and chat to each other, you definitely can do. Have a great end to your week. Have a great weekend. And I will see you all next week, hopefully. But yeah, cheers, guys. Thank you so much. Au revoir.